Everybody live?
I'm live.
Everybody's good? All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get the screen pulled up here. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Age of Rebellion. Finally, we get to play, and I am so excited. My name is Captain Shek, and I host the channel, The XP Gamers. Hi, everyone. See you all in chat. We're going to be getting started in just a second. This is a tabletop game that I've been wanting to start up for a while and bring along, well, all of our players, our special guests here. So I'm going to go around the table real quick and ask you guys to introduce yourselves, what you do on the internet, so everybody knows who is here. Hey, guys. We'll start with, let's go to the left side of the GM table.
Okay.
That voice.
Hi, my name is Justin. I run the YouTube channel EckhartsLadder. Many of you know me, many of you don't. And I also run the YouTube channel X2. One is focused on Star Wars, the other is focused on Star Wars gaming and just gaming generally.
Cool. Awesome, man. I'm so glad you were able to join in on this. I know we've been talking about it for probably over a year now.
Yeah, and this is my first time ever doing anything like this, so I'm really excited. I've been looking forward to this all week.
Usually not this big of a nerd, so you've lowered yourself to our levels.
Well,
this is the
usually growing up, I didn't have as many nerd friends was the main problem. And you know, this stuff's expensive and it's harder to do before you could just pop open a computer program and, you know.
Yeah, you have found your people. All right, let's go around the table. So who's next?
I think that's me. Hello, I am Corey. I run the YouTube channels Corey Loses and Corey's Datapad, which do a bunch of Star Wars stuff. But if most of you know me, it's probably as the lead developer of Thrawn's Revenge and Empire at War mod.
You are responsible for taking so much of my free time.
And mine. I want it back. But I've done some tabletop stuff. I have a running series on my channel as well, so I have some experience here. I will do my best to make sure Eck does not get killed immediately.
I'm flying a U-wing. It might happen.
We do have some brand new players who've never played tabletop before, so today's is going to be a little bit of kind of tutorially and getting people kind of wrapped into it and used to the system. So if you've never played a tabletop, stick around and we'll kind of show you what it's about and walk you through. So you've
taken your first steps into a much larger world.
Indeed. Let's keep going around. Who's next in the back corner there?
That would be me. I'm Charlie. I also run the X2 channel, but I also run the Family Bovine, which is my personal channel as well. So I do all sort of things like Star Wars gaming videos for X2 and just some regular Let's Play videos on Family Bovine if I get the time to.
I love that.
So yeah, that's me.
I love that name. Epic man. Glad you could join us. I'm glad you made it too, because I know you were having PC problems earlier. The last one, and I know the people around here are going to recognize the name here. What's up, man?
Good evening, everybody. Known as Wasted Space, also a YouTuber, running a channel of the same name, although most of you guys will probably know me best as that one guy that got lost in the A-Wing. Known and been playing with Shaq for a good while, but this is my first time doing anything with Bovine, Eckhart, and Corey. Looking forward to it a lot, and I do have a bit of tabletop experience in that I'm actually from Shaq's private Edge of the Empire game, where we've been playing for, I don't know, last year and a half.
Oh, yeah. Since you've joined, that game's been going on for almost 2 years now. So if anybody's wondering and they watched the original Edge series, that was years ago. And then that's what I've been GMing since then. So I've got a little bit more GM experience since last time we brought it to the channel. So, all right, cool. So everybody's in. I've got you all your character sheets. We've already made our characters. We've had our session 0. If you've never played tabletop before, that basically means we've sat down, we talked about the theme of the campaign, we've talked about what kind of characters that we want to make, or at least the tone that we're going for, and then everybody broke up and made characters and sent me sheets and all that. So we have our characters all set up. If there's nothing else that we need... Oh, there is one more thing we need to do before we actually start playing, and that is, and I haven't put it on the table, I almost said Force and Destiny, but Age of Rebellion... That's the other rule set. Age of Rebellion has a thing called Destiny Points, which I'm pulling out on the table right now. And I'm going to need all of you. Do you have a Force die? I don't think you do.
We do not.
All right, I will give you one. At the beginning of every session, before we start playing, I'm going to give you each a Force die, a little white dice with little black pips on it. And you're all going to roll this. And this will give us our Force pool. This is to represent the ebb and flow of the Force in our game, and this is a pool of resources that you can use and I can use to, change things as we go.
Gotcha.
So go ahead.
You just want us to roll now?
Go ahead and roll. And then Wasted, would you go ahead and handle making the actual pool over there, copy pasting those?
Yep, no worries. Let me know what you get as it comes in.
I got one black.
It's too light.
Too light.
Too light.
Up to 4. Nice. Let me get some dark side, please.
Me and Justin both got 1 dark, I think.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's what I like to see. So we can get 2 more dice on, or 2 more Destiny tokens. Awesome. So when you guys use these, and you can use them at any point in the game, always try to use them for your stuff, or you can recommend a player use them, but don't flip them for anybody else. But what these can do, you can use these to, and it'll make more sense as we get to playing, you can use these to make your next shot a little more accurate by giving you an upgrade from a green to a yellow. You can make an enemy shot a little harder against you. The Force is in your favor, and it's flowed in a way that it wants you to succeed in this instance. And the reverse of that is the GM can flip things to do various fun stuff, or to represent on the table that the dark side has maybe arrived in some way and has adjusted events. Also, it's a great way of, if you've just run out of the YT to get into a firefight and somebody says, throw me an extra energy magazine, and you never said that you pulled that box of ammo out of your bunk, then this is a moment where you can be like, you know what, I'm just gonna flip a destiny point and say I did that. And that's totally fine. That's one of the ways that you can use it. But okay, let's actually get into playing. So our first session of Age of Rebellion, a new squadron arrives. So, to give you the rundown, the time period. So the galaxy is in chaos. The galactic civil war is in full swing. With the destruction of the Death Star, it gave the Rebel Alliance the one thing that they never had: legitimacy, and just the thought to the general population throughout the galaxy that maybe they could win, that the rebellion has a chance. And the rebellion took this extra momentum and they used it. There is a huge push throughout the galaxy on various front lines to take territory, to dig in. Many of these strategies aren't really working out the way the rebellion had hoped, and some of them were a little half-cocked. But there is a momentum now, and the galaxy is aflame. You each come from a different area of space, a different social status, different backgrounds, different skills, and just different lifestyles completely, but you each have one thing in common. You've joined the rebellion for various reasons. The other thing you have in common is that you were given a data pad. On this data pad is your orders. They're your first assignment. As part of the Rebel Alliance, as trained pilots, you've been assigned to report in as part of the Twin Suns Squadron, and to go to a series of coordinates in the mid-rim. There's no indication of commanding officer, there's no indication of what unit you're attached to, just a squadron name and a series of coordinates. The other thing that takes you aback is the time frame. Many of you, actually all of you, are quite far away from these coordinates, and though it's possible to make it to these coordinates by the time they want you there, it's going to be challenging, and you're going to have to use your skills and the vehicle assigned to you, the vessel, the fighter that you've been assigned, to get there. So, what I want each of you to do is do your very first roll at the table. I want you to look through your skill list, and I want you to pick one skill that represents the way that you saved a certain amount of time to make it to the coordinates. It can be any skill you want. Think about, what did you do? What contacts did you have? Who did you help? It can be any skill you want, but you pick it. Feel free to ask any questions that you have. Let me know what the skill is that you choose. I'll give you a couple of seconds, since this is the first time you guys have looked through those skills and thought, I can actually use them.
I'm going to go with astrogation. Just makes the most sense.
Okay. How are you using astrogation? What did you do to get there in time?
I'm going to see if I can plot a super sneaky hyperspace route that's not well known.
Okay. Super sneaky hyperspace route. I like it. Now, the time frame that they gave you is a tight one, and the distance you have to travel quite far, this is going to be what's considered a hard check. It's going to be 3 purple dice. And with the galaxy the way it is, and the territories that you'll have to fly through, it's a dangerous path no matter which one you take. So I want you to take one of those purple dice out of the 3 and upgrade it to a red. A red dice can a lot of the time symbolize the chance that things can go completely awry, and offers up the opportunity for what's called the despair. Think of it like rolling a 1 on some of the more classic tabletop games like D&D. A despair is, wow, something has gone horribly wrong. And so you're going to have 1 red and 2 purples on this roll.
I have a -1 or a negative sign as well under astrogation. Does that mean I remove one?
No, that would be that you would remove a setback. In this case, I'm not going to offer any setbacks to this since it's more of a general roll that I'm asking for, and there's nothing that would be hindering you that's based on like environment or
Gotcha.
anything like that. So this is going to be a general roll. So, let me lock that down for you. So go ahead and you can put them on the table if you like out here, if it's easier, and make a pool of them. So your skill or astrogation is 2 yellows and a green.
Yep.
All right. And then there's the difficulty. And I want you to go ahead and box select them all and hit R. That's how you roll in Tabletop Simulator, which is what we're using to play this, guys. This is how we're simulating playing at a table together. All right. Okay.
Looks like a good roll.
Okay, so let's talk about symbols real quick, since I know you're brand new at this, right? You've never played a tabletop at all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Completely brand new.
All right, so these symbols, the wings with the dot in the middle on those yellow dice are called advantage. You have rolled a total of 4 advantage. The success dice is the star, the little explosion. I'll try to zoom in on this so everyone can see it. Okay, so those are your positive dice, right? Those represent your physical capability, which is normally your green dice, and then the yellows are your trained skills. The difficulty, you rolled a failure, 1 failure, and you rolled 1 threat. Now these directly relate to each other and they cancel each other out, and you want to end up with +1 success to be successful at the task at hand. Okay?
Gotcha.
All right, so what you ended up rolling was 0 success,
Oh, no.
and you rolled 3 extra advantage. This is called a narrative system. This is going to be fun. So you're rolling to figure out, you eventually will make it. The question isn't really whether or not you would make it the whole way. The question is, in what order will you arrive, and what ends up happening. So you did get 3 advantage, though. Narratively, you can use this advantage in a lot of fun ways. So you were using your astrogation. You were plotting a course. It ended up taking longer than you thought. You thought you could plot a course around a particular singularity, make your way through one of the 2 tightly packed star systems, and when you got to the singularity was fine. When you got to the point where you were supposed to dip through these 2 star systems, you thought maybe they'd be a little bit farther apart. The calculations seemed to be fine. When you got there, you found, nope, there's no way I can do a safe route through here. I've got to go all the way around, and there goes all that time you would have saved. It even cost you a little bit of time.
Oh, man.
But with the advantage, how would you, and I'm going to open this up, something positive happened en route. It's not going to get you there faster, but what did you think? What do you want to spend that advantage on? And I'm welcome.
Can I turn to the Itachi's precognition skills? Maybe I had a route that kind of stopped me from losing so much time, even though I'm still a little behind.
Okay. I like it. So it's your species, right? That has this precognition thing. So, okay. We'll say that you managed to, before getting too deep into the star system, between these 2 stars, right, into the gravity well of it, where you'd have to slow boat it all the way back before you could jump to hyperspace. You have this moment of, this isn't going to work, and you slam out of hyperspace and drop what are you in, by the way?
I am in a Rebel U-Wing.
Rebel U-Wing. Nice. What color is it?
It is black.
You've got it. Okay. Cool. You're in a black Rebel U-Wing. You drop out of hyperspace, slamming it. It's a little uncomfortable, but you manage to grab control of the vessel as it comes back into normal space and realign, jump back to hyperspace on the new course that you've just plotted. I will say you will arrive a little bit sooner than you would have, and you will find out what that means.
Okay, nice.
All right. So a little bit sooner, but you're still... So we'll say that was a definitely still a failure though.
So not a great roll.
Not a great roll. Not a great roll. The advantage is great though, and that's where the narrative dice come in, and that'll make more sense as we get farther into it. Okay, so
Gotcha.
next up, so that was a -1 on success. So next up, we'll just go around the table the same way. So let's talk about Corey. What's your skill? What are you using?
For the purposes of this, would you say mid-rim would be core worlds or outer rim? Because I'm going to try to use one of the knowledge skills here if I can.
How are you using the knowledge skill?
Basically, being a well-studied polis mass, and Osh has a good idea of where certain sympathies lie among some worlds, so he's trying to chart a course that brings him through only worlds that wouldn't really bat an eye at seeing a Y-wing fly through.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah, no, that works. Let's do... I will let you choose which one you use in this instance.
I will do core in that case, because it is slightly better.
All right.
All right. What sort of difficulty? Same?
It's going to be same difficulty. So it's going to be 2 purples and 1 red.
All right.
You roll over. Did you already roll it?
Yes.
Okay.
Better over in the corner here.
So how did you do? You've played before, so you can tell me how the roll, you can do the math on that.
I usually have the thing that tells me what is threat and failure. I think these are threats, so I have 3 success. Or is that failures?
No. Those are all threat. You got it. So you've got 4 threat there showing.
So 3 success, 2 threat, I think
2
is
threat.
mine.
Nice. All right, so you think about it as you're planning your route before you take off. You say, okay, who do I know? The information that I know about these regions. How can I plot a course where I'm staying mostly in friendly territory? And with the best information you have, you set off on your journey with your plotted course. You are successful. You have a positive total of 3 success. So far, you've got like the best success out of it. But with that extra threat, while you're passing through some territory that you thought was friendly, territory is changing hands. The galaxy is in freaking chaos right now, and what was friendly at one point is completely not friendly at another. With that extra threat, and you do have 2 threats, not a ton, I will say go ahead and... How many credits do you have?
I have 525. I assume now I have less than 525.
Yeah, so as you're hitting the border of one system you think is friendly, it's the law enforcement in that area has had to focus in other places, and it's opened the area up for a small group, an offshoot of what you're unaware of is the Black Sun. And as you're passing through, you're basically held up at one of your hyperspace jump points, and you have to bribe your way through their version of customs. And it costs you, I'll say, 200 credits. Overall, though, didn't slow you down much, because unless you're unwilling to pay, in which case you can take it out of hull. It'll be probably 2 points of hull damage.
No, I'm good with the credits.
I like to give you choices. All right, so go ahead and take the 200 credits. You pay your way through, and boom, you're gone. All right, so that was a +3. Nice. So what I'm doing, and this is just a little bit of what we're doing here, I'm figuring out what order you guys arrive in. So that's what we're doing right now. So, Charlie, you're next.
Hello. Just a quick side note. Are people able to join this room?
Yeah, there's somebody called Blue Dog in here.
Sorry to interrupt.
In our actual game?
Yeah. He's got like terrible ping.
Oops. That wasn't supposed to be a thing. We might have to fix that in just a second. I'm a little surprised this isn't locked to friends only. Okay, so go ahead, Charlie, and roll up. I am going to... Yeah, go ahead and roll. You should... what skill are you using? Sorry.
I'm going to be using cool, like without panicking and being able to keep my cool and get to the destination needed. Keep it simple, I guess.
Okay, interesting. Using the cool check. So you're not panicking. What would you not be panicking about, though?
because you said there was a time limit, right? So
There is a time limit.
Me, I would. I'd probably be. I'd probably not want to crack under pressure of that time limit. So using my call ability might be efficient.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So you're plotting a course to instead of trying to rush and get there and cut all the corners that you can, you're plotting out kind of a standard course in well-known hyperlanes, and you're not gonna worry about it. You're gonna keep your cool, and as long as you keep to your plan, you'll make it there. It might be close, but you'll be fine. Let's see how well that works out for you. So go ahead and roll. It's gonna be 2 purples and 1 red. So it's a hard with an upgrade. And roll against your cool skill and see how you do. Yeah.
And then my cools, which is...
I glanced over and I saw chat being like, what fighters did they choose? They chose their vehicles. Just saying. So don't blame the GM.
And then, right, there we go.
Well,
And what was it to roll again? Was it F? Sorry.
Select them all and hit R. That's going to be your roll.
Sorry. There we go.
All right.
Oh, no.
That actually looks pretty good. So you've got those explosive stars, as we're trying to learn the system here. Those explosive stars are successes. You've got 3 successes. You've got 2 of the triangles, which are considered failures, meaning you're a positive 1. That means you succeed at what you're trying to do. So try to remember, guys, what you've rolled on this. Let's see. All right. So not bad. Let's see with the threats. You actually nullified all the threat as well. 3 advantage, 3 threat, completely nulled it out. So you kept your cool. You plotted a course, you kept to it, and everything was fine. Completely,
okay, good.
Totally fine. Just another day in the hyperlanes for you.
Good, because I'm certainly not feeling cool. Okay, perfect. So I just bring these back, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
And that's actually where we're going to kind of change the scene for a second. So, who had the highest roll? I believe it was it Corey? Corey, you had the highest roll there.
Yeah.
You had the +3. So you'll be arriving first.
Oh yeah, making a good impression of the commanders.
Your last hyperspace jump of a long trip. You've been jumping and jumping for, as of this day, about 6 hours of travel. It's a long time in a cockpit, and your joints hurt. You're stiff from all those hours, but you're finally making the last one to these coordinates in the middle of, it seems like in the middle of nowhere. As you hear the alarm in your cockpit, what are you flying?
I am flying a Y-wing to keep me nice and safe.
You're in the Y-wing. As you reach out and you hear the alarm, you flick a couple of switches kettling the alarm, and you grab onto the hyperspace handle and you bring it back, and the stars come back into focus. And for a moment, you find yourself in what seems like empty space, but something catches your eye. And as you focus on it a little bit more, you see the shimmer at first of blue. And then you notice, no, wait a minute. There's a silhouette there. It's a ship, but it's a ship painted black. And it's moving slowly towards you. It's starting to turn and rotate. And the blue that you see is the shimmer of the triangular blue force fields of a hangar bay. And as the ship moves closer, what immediately gives it away, if it wasn't for the hangar bay, it was that it was dotting out the stars behind it. But as it gets closer, you can see where the paint has been chipped and faded in corners. This black paint has been pulled away from almost every sharp edge, as if it's been kind of worn down from use. This is the ship that you see. Now, of course, the colors are not going to match, but... As it turns towards you, the crackle of static and the radio kicks on. Unidentified vessel.
Hello?
There's a pause. Identified vessel. This is the Free Star. You copy?
I copy, Freestar. I was told to come to these coordinates.
Well, it's about time. Twin Sun Squadron, right?
That is my understanding.
The voice sounds like a young male. You're not quite sure like what species. He doesn't seem to have any kind of accent to him, but he does sound a little bit young. All right, you're clear to land. Hangar Besh, port side. Wait, nope. And you can hear a voice in the background that sounds female, but you can't really make out the words. Roger that. Switch that up. Starboard side, Kresh side. You're clear to land. Bring it to the back of the bay. We're expecting more.
Heading to starboard as ordered. And I attempt to do that.
Okay. As you swing in and the ship kind of curves up to give you an access to the port itself, you can see it looks like, and you've seen the hollow reels, it looks like one of those blockade runners, but it's weirdly kind of bulbous in the center. It's got a long beam to it, and it's like somebody bolted on two hangar bays on both sides. It does have a series of laser cannons that are strapped to the top. You notice one of them is tracking you as you start approaching the side bay. You also notice that there looks like there was a hangar at one point, or maybe one was being installed at the front section of the ship, but it is completely walled off. There is no access to it. It's either been shut down and decommissioned, or they never finished installing it. But as you get closer, it's very weird to see a vessel like this in a black kind of paint job to it. It's a little off-putting, almost, to be approaching it, and it feels like it's something that you've never seen. Normally, ships are kind of brightly colored for navigational purposes. As you approach the bay, it's kind of crowded in there. There are two racks on the left and the right-hand side as you're bringing it in, of lots of cargo above, below. There is openings for you to land, and you can see an individual in coveralls kind of guiding you in with two hands to the far back corner. You also notice a series of two A-Wings right in the center of the bay that are landed, and two pilots are having a conversation in front of it. As you kind of blow over them, they look up and kind of glancing at your fancy Y-Wing, if one could call a Y-Wing fancy.
So when I was passing that either decommissioned or unfinished front hangar, I didn't get the sense that it was like damaged at all, just not finished or shut off.
Roll for me were you looking for damage?
Yes.
Roll for a perception check. I'll say average check. It's gonna be average difficulty. As you're coming in, you kind of have to keep it kind of station keeping, but you're moving fast enough that you're just taking a quick glance.
No success, one threat.
No success, one threat. Okay. As you're kind of trying to look for damage and wonder what's going on with this hangar bay, as you dip around the corner, you kind of cut it a little bit too close, and your right nacelle clips one of the boxes that are on this second level and actually pulls it, and a few of the boxes fall down, and one of them pushes all the way off that it falls off and lands below past your vision point. It just drops down, and you can see the guy guiding you in is just trying to wave you off and stop you and get you in the right direction. You can tell you've just caused total chaos in the maintenance bay, and you hope you didn't hurt anybody. But as you come in for a landing, gear starts coming down. You can see the box just crashed, and it was only one threat, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's only one threat. And you can see the box has crashed and broken open, and there's canisters and a few tools and bits that have scattered everywhere, but doesn't seem to be any harm done, other than you've kind of put off some people as you've brought it in.
So I'm landed now.
So you've brought it down. The gear have taken the weight of the Y-Wing, and you begin to shut down the engines and to go to your standby. You see a Rhodian in coveralls that are a bit stained, a bit greasy, He's got kind of a yellow to green tint, yellow from the belly, and then kind of green up and up to his face. Excuse me. Rhodian, not green. 2 seconds. I have to pull something up here because I actually closed it right before we started. My bad. Okay. Yes, you land. You do see what looks like a mechanic individual kind of walking up towards you.
This is the Rhodian?
It is a... Sorry, I closed this. I have to open it now. Yeah. So the Rhodian walks up to you, and yeah, he looks greasy, he's all hell, and he's walking up to your kind of your port side as you do you open your hatch?
Yes.
All right, so you pop your hatch and start unmounting, and he says, "Wow, it's nice flying, newbie."
I appear to have made a poor first impression. I apologize for any damage that was caused here. I was just admiring the ship.
Well, it's no problem. It's no problem. And whatever like bluster he had for a second, and whatever kind of anger that he had, it kind of swiftly deflates, and he kind of is lost looking at you now, and he's more looking at the Y-wing. Like he's a little more interested in that than you. Yeah, it's no problem. So welcome aboard the Freestar.
Thank you.
And he kind of leans back past you a little bit, and he looks at. We've been waiting for the rest of your squadron to arrive for a bit now. I know the first shirt wants to see you, but first we got to talk about maintenance, and we got to talk about your ship. How did it fare on your trip? Where are you coming from? Yeah, doesn't matter. And he kind of like, tell me about your ship, and he just completely cuts you off.
It used to be in very good condition. That seems to have changed in the last few moments.
I mean, that happens when you run into walls and boxes. He's still...
Flying is not necessarily my first career choice.
You telling me that the pilot assigned to this ship is the pilot I'm going to have to maintain his vessels and... Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm a fast learner, but there is a learning curve.
I'd say. All right. Well, yeah, and he's still kind of like leaning past. So, tell you what, I'll make you a deal. You let me tinker around your wiring a little bit. I got a couple of ideas on how we can get this mission ready for you. We don't know what our mission is. And he kind of blinks at you with those big Rhodian eyes. And you can see kind of that weird star field that they've got going on. It kind of looks up at you, and he almost looks a little pleading. He's as if you're more doing him a favor than he's doing you one. It's, oh man, Y-Wing. What variant is this? Okay, I got a couple of ideas. I like to make sure that my pilots... Oh, by the way, I'm gonna be your crew chief. And then he puts his hand out for the first time and looks at you. Sorry.
Osh, I grab his hand with both hands and just stand there awkwardly.
With both of your hands and just hold it? he like just holds his hand out very confused. Name's Trask Kutch. I'll be your crew chief. And I'm head mechanic here on this side of the bay, and he pulls his hand back real slow, like not really knowing what to make of you.
Dr. Osh Zam, it's a pleasure to meet you as well.
Osh Zan. All right, Zan. We'll take good care of your ship here. I got a couple of modules that I can install on this thing. I like to make sure that my pilots have all the tools that they need at their disposal. A few upgrades. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw out these upgrades. All of you can look at this. You'll all have an opportunity. These are just little ways that you guys can customize your vessel. And I'm happy to answer questions on those in a second. But he likes to tinker. And his tinkering is a little weird. It's not normal, like, bare bones tinkering. He likes to strap shit to your ride. He likes to... There's one on there that's like... And he even starts talking to you about it. I got an extra booster, right? Used to be... kind of illegal, even in the pod races, but I can slap this thing on there and a couple of small fuel tanks give you a hell of a boost. I can push this Y-Wing well beyond the speed it was ever supposed to go for like a minute. Nah, for like 6 to 10 seconds. But you never know when you're gonna need that boost of speed. Oh no, this is a Y-Wing. We got a proton bomb. And even if you're not an expert at weapons, actually do me a favor, roll me a warfare check, easy check.
An easy warfare check.
Yeah, easy warfare check.
My rolls have been going so far, or so well so far, so this is... All right, I got this. I actually do got this. 3 success, 2 advantage.
Okay. That is even like newsreels and general information and being assigned a Y-Wing, you've probably been given some ideas. Weirdly, in FFG, Y-Wings aren't actually able to use proton bombs. But it's a big explosive, not to be messed with. And him just having one on board is like, whoa. Normally normally TIE bombers have these things for ground targets. And that's normally where they stick. Those are normally what they're for. But I got a proton bomb, and I'm pretty sure I can rig it so you can drop it. And these big Rhodian, like, black star-filled eyes just look at you, very excited. So you take a look at that, and oh yeah, first shirt. I told you that, right? First shirt is, and he's kind of like walked half past you now, over toward the right. He's put one hand on the nacelle of one of your Y-Wing, kind of leaning underneath it. I told you that, right? First shirt wants to see you.
You did, and then you decided that it was time to upgrade my ship. I'm getting very mixed messages from this encounter.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, give me something to do while you're not. And he's already like half of his head's in the nacelle now. At this point, he's pulled one of the panels off. He's got his tools out. He's just starting to work on it.
Do as you must. I trust your judgment. Apparently. Where would I find first shirt?
What? And it echoes as he's now like half into your nacelle. Oh, yeah, he's in the mess hall most likely. Just look for the Nautilin.
Appreciate it. And I head off in search of the poorly indicated direction.
Yeah, and as you turn around and start heading towards the big exit, the hangar door exit, you see what looks like 2 members of his crew. Their arms like crossed. And one of them is kind of shrugging and like, I'm sorry, this is what we all deal with. And the other one's just kind of got his hand in his head. Just, oh. But
I nod at them and
okay. So you start heading out. At this point, for our other success, Charlie.
Hello.
Charlie, you in your relaxed flight, zero stress, man. Just hyperspace lane, drop out, get a little refuel at a space station, boom, you're off again. Eventually, your last coordinates, you drop out. You two are greeted by the Freestar, Corellian, blockade runner. Just like I explained before, you get the same communication back and forth. Has to identify yourself, except for this time, they're a little bit faster on the gun, and you notice that there is what's like a soft target lock on you, as there's a bit of a pause. Identified ship. This is the Freestar.
Hi there, I'm Neytiri. I'm running an X-Wing. I'm here for the coordinates that have been given to me.
There's a bit of a break in the radio as it kicks back on. You hear, and then the younger male kind of gets cut off for a second. You hear this sounds like very annoyed female voice behind him. You can't tell exactly what she's saying, but she's pissed. You notice that the target lock goes away, and you're clear to land. Starboard side. Clear to land. Just starboard side. Clear to land. Come on in. Pack it in. We've got more ships coming.
Understood. Coming in.
Again, you come around, you see that same hangar that's closed off. The blue force field as you cross through it. You notice that there's a group of mechanics that look like they're cleaning up a mess at the doorway, at the main hangar door. There's a crate that's crashed and broken open. It's like there's some kind of fuel spill or some kind of liquid on the ground that they're mopping up. You are in the X-Wing, so you bring it in and land in one of the back corners as well. As soon as you hit the deck, there is a Rodian, as if he has just appeared from when you got into position to before you hit the deck. Wherever he was, he sprinted over here. And you see him looking very excited, almost bobbing up and down.
I'm a bit freaked out. I'm like, ugh. like just out of nowhere, kind of freaks me out a little bit.
You can see him kind of giving you this hurry up. He's got one Hydra spanner in his hand. The other one's just empty. He's like, come on.
I get out of the X-Wing and I try to greet myself to him.
As you get out of the X-Wing, he is like right next to you, and name's Trash Kush. This is the first X-Wing that we've had in the hangar we've never had an X-Wing in the hangar, actually. A-Wings, normally U-Wings, and a couple of lats, which were really cool. My name is Kush. I think I said that. I'll be your mechanic. I'll be your lead mechanic. Oh man, these things are sweet.
Yeah, I run one of these. Flying is not really my forte, so I'm going with the safer option here.
He stops, and all of his excitement for a moment he's just frozen, like deer in a headlights, as he looks you in the eye. But you're X-Wing. You're in a... Okay.
I start not knowing how to respond.
He looks at you like, but like, as if it doesn't compute in his mind that someone in an X-Wing wouldn't be all about that thing. This Rodian's life seems to revolve around starships. Welcome aboard the Freestar. I've got some equipment that I can install on your ride, and he hands you over a data pad with the list that you guys see on here on the table. So go ahead and pick one of these. He's going to work on it for you. It's like, I can install almost anything on here. If you have any questions, let me know, or comm me. Gives you his comm codes, which you both would have his comm codes.
I don't know if I can actually use a comm.
You don't have a communicator. If you didn't pick one up in character creation, you can't use it.
I have one, but I don't know if I can physically use it because my character uses telepathy. He doesn't have a mouth.
You can you can whisper, and so I would say you would know this, and it would be kind of necessary for somebody in the rebellion. I would say that they would give you a comm that's kind of cranked up a bit, so you could whisper through it, and use your normal speaking voice. So,
I might actually go for Squadron mask. Is that something I can take on the next wing?
As long as if it's in this row right here.
Yeah, I moved it. I apologize.
Well, I'm just saying this row right here is for anybody. And normally it'll say like one vehicle only. So if it says X-Wing, it's only for an X-Wing. It's only for a Y-Wing. So if you like to grab that, then go for it. Most of those are one use only, except for some of the real basic ones like extra armor, 1 point of extra armor, extra shielding, that kind of stuff you can use because it's just a passive.
Really? So this is, once I use this, it's gone forever.
It's gone until you have a chance to land and kind of rearm and reload.
Right. Okay.
And most of these are that way. So okay, go ahead and grab it.
Yeah.
Cool. So he shakes himself out of it and shows you the lists, answers any questions that you've got, and says, the first shirt wants to see you. Welcome aboard again, the Freestar. And if you have any mechanical issues or questions, feel free to ask me. I got your back. And yeah, just look for the Nautilin. And at this point, he's like crawling into your cockpit.
Wait, where is he? Sorry, could you point me in the right direction, mate?
Yeah, through the double doors and then take a left. It's aft side of the ship. It'll lead you right to it. There's even signs.
Oh yeah, I should have checked that.
And now when you look at there are no signs on the wall behind you.
Yeah, I just grit my teeth and like wince a little bit, and then just abruptly like turn away, and then start heading through the double doors.
All right, excellent. So cool. So you start making your way back there. All right, so we have you two are on board. Oh man, heck.
Oh.
Okay. So you do arrive and kind of go through the same thing.
Okay.
Not just quite yet. We're gonna jump a little bit to. We're gonna follow them into the mess hall. So you guys, because you failed it, so you're gonna be kind of at the back end of this one. So you guys, you make your way into the as you one at a time. So first it would be Corey, as you open the double doors and you get there into this long hallway, and it seems that there's another set of doors just like the ones you went through directly in front of you, and you get the sense, okay, that has to be the other hangar. To your right, you look down, and it's just this long corridor inside the blockade runner, and you see 2 guards posted.
Have I seen any signs at all when I'm doing my own search?
You do see, as you look behind you, you do see there are a couple of hastily kind of written signs. It looks like they used to be other things, and then they've been replaced. You do see them. You're a little bit farther away from them yet, so you'd have to walk coming out those double doors to your left and start heading aft to see what those signs say. But so far, no signs, except for whatever's way over there. But you do notice there are 2 Rebel fleet guards standing on either side of the door at the right side. You make your... what do you want to do? You want to go towards... Yeah, kind of left, right, and then you have the double doors in front of you.
I'm going straight for the double doors.
Okay. As you walk up to the double doors, they don't open. You glance over the control panel, and they are locked.
I turn around and head the other direction, assuming that they wouldn't have locked them if there were not a good, standard, rule-following reason to do so.
Okay. So, that... You... So which direction? So you turn around would bring you right back to the hangar. So you've got aft or forward of the ship.
I'm going back aft then.
Okay, so you go aft. As you get closer to those signs that are kind of against the wall, they're kind of written a little small. You get closer and you see that there is another hallway that shoots off at this corner where these signs are. Heading aft will lead you to the mess hall. And then taking a right from here will lead you to what looks like they've got written on their barracks, which is like an arrow that points sort of that direction and sort of down. So you get the sense that maybe that's on a different deck. And then you've got another arrow that points straight down, which there is no elevator here. It just says engineering.
All right, I keep going for the mess hall.
All right, you head to the mess hall. All right. So, as you're kind of walking through the hall and making your way toward the mess hall, you do run into a couple of individuals. They are wearing, for the most part, they're all wearing very similar clothes. They're wearing what look like heavy boots. That are this tannish color. They're wearing these cargo pants that lead up to web belts, and then some are wearing just like undershirts that are kind of a tan or white color, like an off-white. They're all wearing it's very kind of a camo desert, really light vibe to each one of them that you see, which is a little weird. For all the rebel posts that you've been to and all the training bases that you've been to, that coloring is a little strange, but it does look like it's kind of standard issue rebel gear, just a desert color. But you make it to a set of a single large, not like a blast door, but an airlock door. And written on it is mess hall and a frowny face.
Frowny face?
Somebody has like Sharpied mess hall onto the wall and onto the door itself. And there's just this sad face.
I give it a bit of a quizzical look, and then I try to go in or knock.
Okay.
I'm going to knock first.
You got to knock first. As you go to knock, the door opens up, and you are greeted by a little bit of music, the smell of some kind of tobacco product inside. There are a series of grates that look like they've been bolted to the ground, and with benches next to them. It's like kind of like picnic tables made out of scrap metal that are lined up. Inside, and you've noticed there haven't been a lot of people on board the ship, right? You've run into maybe 2 or 3 outside of the maintenance bay as you were making your way here. And inside, there are only 3 individuals at one of these long tables.
Are any of them the Nautilin I've been looking for?
One of them sitting with a cup in front of him, a little bit of steam coming out of it. He seems to be sipping on it and reading a data pad, is a Nautilin. Combat boots, cargo pants. He's got a bandolier over his chest. Seems to be empty, save one pocket. And he's got this large, kind of reminds you maybe a death stick, but no, it's probably some kind of cigar or something. And he's sitting there.
So it's the Nautilin that has that.
And yeah, it's a Nautilin that has that. And he looks like he's an older Nautilin, probably as a human would go, probably in his mid-50s. The other ones around him, kind of dressed similarly, definitely similarly, is another Rhodian. This one, there's what looks like a young Rhodian and two humans, a female. She looks fairly small-framed, shaved head, except for one single low red dyed mohawk that she's got going on. And then you've got this other kind of larger, maybe mid-20s human. He's completely shaven, a little bit of a goatee.
I just start off by saying to the Nautilin, you know, it's been proven that those products are contraindicative to good health.
He doesn't look up at you. He takes the cigar and he breathes in deep, looks up and kind of just blows it towards you. And he's got these kind of tired eyes to him. You don't say.
I am reporting for duty.
Well, you're the first one to show up. Well,
I do try to be punctual.
And he stops for a second. Maybe not the first to show up, but the first we've been waiting on for a bit now. You hungry? And he points back, and you can see there's what kind of looks like a chow line. There is some food, you could say. It looks brown, chunky. It looks kind of slop. Something they put together, and you kind of recognize it as a nutrient paste of some kind.
I've ingested all recommended nutrients on the way here. Thank you very much.
Right. Well,
will we be receiving mission orders, objectives, any sort of information soon?
I'm sure you'll know when I do. The door's open behind you. And would you like to describe your character as you walk into the room? This would be yours, Charlie, since you were the second successful one.
Oh, right. So I'm I walk in. I've got luscious purple hair held back by a metal hairband. I'm wearing a kind of a modest outfit for protection. Nothing too overboard on either side. And I look towards Corey's character, and I forgot the guy's name. The other character's name.
Mine?
No, no, the other one.
Oh, you're talking about the Nautilin.
Yeah, sorry.
You haven't met him yet.
Sorry, my bad.
He hasn't even introduced himself yet. They haven't exchanged names.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Sorry.
Okay. No worries. But so you look at the Nautilin, who you just walked through the door, and you see all three of them sitting around, and you see, go ahead, finish describing your character, if you like.
I mean, that's it, really.
That's
I didn't want to
go
into too much.
Did you say the species?
And I'll even go ahead and bring your character token out so they can see now that they've seen your character. At least one character has. And I'll show this on stream again so everybody can see as you walk in. And just before you say anything, you do see that the individuals, the four sitting at the table, and then the one just standing there, still in flight suit, as you guys have just arrived. Go ahead and describe your character, Corey.
I'll
bring this up on stream too.
I mean, how do you just it's basically the little way, almost like a shrunken Kaminoan looking guy.
He's so cool.
Got very spindly limbs. Face almost looks like a hockey mask with just little black dots for eyes, but fairly short, unassuming. Not too big on gestures, and just stares intently at the Nautilin the whole time.
And how tall is he? He's not very tall, right?
No, I think they're around 4 feet.
Okay, that's what I thought. So you see what look like fairly hardened rebel. You're not sure exactly what. They kind of look like ground pounders with the boots, but they don't have any of their gear on them, no weapons. But then you see this little guy with these spindly arms and a very... You would even need a roll for this.
Sized backpack with all of his medical equipment.
Okay. Is it like obviously like a medical backpack? Is
Yes.
that what, okay. So you've got your like a medical kit on, and you see what the Nautilin looks perturbed, and you don't need a roll to check that out as he's looking at the guy. As he scans over to you, he takes kind of a double take for a second. And who are you?
It's just me.
Yeah. He's looking at you.
Sorry. I introduced myself. I'm Nate Thierry, and I turn to. I keep forgetting Corey's character. I'm really sorry. What's the name of Corey?
I'm Osh.
Osh. And I turn to Osh, and I wink and give him and blow him a kiss.
Just seeing what happened with the Rhodian before, I just stand out with both of my hands extended in the same cupping motion as when I was grabbing the Rhodian's hand.
Are you two together?
We are currently standing together on your deck, yes.
I turn and nod and agree.
The most confused Nautilin you have ever seen. The other one of the humans, the smaller female human, is just laughing her ass off. The Nautilin, come on, have a seat.
All of us are currently together.
Maybe not. My name's Carb Urban.
Carb Urban?
Yep, Carb Urban. I'm the first shirt of this. Carb. I'm the first shirt of this ship. That means that when the captain or the CEO needs personnel where they need to be, I'm the person they go to.
Have you considered doing your laundry more often so you will have more than one shirt on the ship?
No, I haven't.
I would strongly recommend that get written into the instructions for ship crew.
At this point, there's another door into this room. It is kind of far off into the back. It's a little bit darker in that section. It looks like some of the lighting on top isn't completely functional. You've noticed that throughout the ship, there's been bits of lighting where it should be kind of repeating a pattern, and there'll be one light that's out. It looks like the maintenance is questionable, but a door opens. And just like for the last 2 nights, and it is night on this ship. It is, not that you guys would know exactly, but it's about 2 a.m. on this ship. That's why there aren't very many people around. Having unable to sleep, Wasted, your character comes walking into the room through this back door looking for his nightly cup of caf.
Okay.
Would you like to describe what you look like?
You see a tall, gaunt, dark-haired man. Face quite beaten and worn, bearded and ruffled hair that's shaggy, but not to the extent that it's messy necessarily, just to the extent that it's clear he's pretty worn down, life weary, wearing a tall, long jacket, collars that come well up his neck, almost coming up to his ears, and then all the way down to his ankles. Not much you'd say is notable about this fella. The sort of guy that, if he hadn't just made a bit of a scene by walking in at that moment, you probably wouldn't have given him a second glance. With the exception of, you get a tiny glimpse of maybe a bit of a tattoo that the neck piece is covering up.
As you take a couple of steps in, let me get a vigilance check from everybody here except for Wasted.
Okay.
And Wasted, if you'd like to bring your character icon out to the table, just so I can bring it up on stream so people can see it.
So did you say the difficulty?
I did not, actually. I'm going to roll this. So sometimes I will have you roll, and I won't be rolling the difficulty, or I won't tell you what the difficulty is, because you may or may not notice it. And telling you the difficulty might give you some ideas. Might be a little bit more meta, so go ahead and roll, and just tell me what you've got.
All right, I have 4 success, 2 advantage. I'd like to just keep that if that's possible.
I have 1 advantage.
You have 1 advantage? Okay.
No, sorry, no, 1 success. Sorry, my bad.
1 success. Oh, 1 success. So great. All right, so I will say, Corey. Sorry, I need to start using your guys' character names. So Osh, as the door opens and everyone hears it. There's no like quiet way in this room. The door opens up and it's very quiet. It's a large mess hall for a lot more people, but there aren't very many people in here right now, due to the late evening. And there's a little bit of music playing. You kind of glance over and you see the individual walk in. Osh, what gets your attention isn't that a human walked in this long, dark coat. What gets your attention is the reaction of the people at the table. I'm gonna give them a side eye for a moment. Like I said, not all of your Squadron members are here yet, but some arrived first. Nautilin leans back, stretches for a moment. The other 3 at the table are kind of eyeing him.
How many should we be expecting to join the squadron?
Well, I was told 4, but information seems to be a bit fluid right now.
Are you not in charge of the situation?
Well, who's in charge of the ship is the captain. And we've got a new captain. As of the last week, there's been some command changes aboard the Free Star. What did they tell you before you shipped out here?
I was essentially given the coordinates and not a whole lot else. I don't know what Natiri here or our other friend may know.
Exactly the same. Yeah, we came in with just coordinates and no other information beyond that. We're just here reporting for duty, ready to get our next orders.
They didn't even tell you the unit you were signing on with? At this point, he starts to put out his cigar. He takes a slow sip of his
signed on as a member of the Twin Sun Squadron, but the coordinates.
What'd you fly in with? And you notice he's asking a lot of questions for somebody who's supposed to be in a kind of command position.
I flew in with a Y-wing, which... Will we have an astromech as well?
Yeah, you've got an astromech.
All right. It was just myself and my astromech on my Y-wing. And I believe this would all be in your own briefings, would they not?
You'd think. Being in charge of personnel. He takes a slow sip of his cap.
Yes, very, very interesting. I'd rather just wait until we have our whole squadron and get our orders, if you don't mind, and I'll just sit here. So I take a seat at the table and just fold my hands in front of me and just stare directly at them now and no longer look at the Nautilin.
So you sit at the same table, though?
Yes.
All right. So as you sit down, the individual across from you says, well, welcome aboard. I'm Hav. And this is a big dude. He's got some big muscles on him. I mean, the first shirt, Carb isn't a small guy, but this dude is big. Probably about 6 feet, built, kind of bodybuilder build to him. He's got kind of the sleeves are gone off of what looks like an undershirt for the uniform that they're all wearing. He's like, my name's Hav. This here is Styx, and that's the small framed woman. And then he glances over at the small Rhodian, who has got this kind of like a weird jagged pattern to his scales. This here is Greenie, and you notice that his actual scales are white in the center and going out to a blue color. Not a sign of green on him at all. Styx says, hey, welcome. Hey, you want to have a seat too? And Styx kind of waves you in and kind of plops down a hand, kind of gesturing for, I gotta learn these character names myself, Nightiri to have a seat.
I sit down at the table and I turn to Styx and asks, well, what's exactly going on here? Why are you here on this vessel?
Oh, well, this is our assignment. I've been here for 6 months, and you've been here longer, right, Hav? It's like, oh yeah, man, I've been part of the 313th for a while now. Welcome to Crate Company.
So has this ship been stationed here for 6 months?
No, we've been on the move. And at this point, Greenie speaks up in kind of a quieter voice. I mean, we were here about 4 months ago, and then we pushed on, and now we're back. Hav smacks his shoulder. Come on, man.
Am I in engaged range with Neytiri?
You would be able to reach out and touch her, yeah. So you would be in engaged range.
So I say just to her, don't respond to this, but something seems quite off about this situation. Just to her, using Polis mass and technology.
So you hear this voice in your head. Now, when you speak, it's normally at a whisper, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for Osh, it's normally this. You can't speak very loud. Like the maximum range is about a whisper.
Yeah. Normally, in short range, kind of like broadcast telepathically.
So versus the whispery voice that you normally speak with, when you telepathically send this message to Neytiri, which is off-putting as all get out to you, you suddenly hear a voice in your head. Is it a whisper, or is it like an actual, like, how do you represent your voice that way, in the way that you normally communicate with your own people?
So the way I've kind of been picturing it is that, like, this standard conversation, because we're all in a small group, I've been mostly telepathically doing broadcasts, because short range anything would be audible. So I kind of have to stand uncomfortably close to people a lot of the time.
I love this.
And other than that, it's just like an almost emotionless speaking voice but it's in basic. And otherwise, it's just like a voice that seems to come from nowhere. So it would probably make a lot of people uncomfortable if they're not expecting it.
Okay. All right. So what do you hear this voice? What do you say?
I don't fully respond as requested, but I look across the three of them in a bit of confusion, asking not Osh, the other three, just asking. Sorry, fellas. Do you guys know why we're here?
Hav sits back and is like, I have no idea why you particularly are here, but I know we need replacement pilots, right? Yeah, we lost 2 drop ships in the last evacuation, says Styx. The Nautilin, for a moment, kind of leans back and Listen, we could guess all day long. Y'all have been assigned to this unit, and I don't know why. We're an infantry company. Suddenly, we've got a new captain. Takes a sip of his calf, and at this point, he's kind of eyeballing you up and down, and you can kind of start trying to take your measure a bit. Now we're sitting in the middle of nowhere. I've heard the captain wants to get out of here as soon as possible, but we've been waiting for your squadron to show up. Yeah, I have no idea why you're assigned to this unit, other than maybe we had the space. But yeah, this ship is for moving the I don't know if you've ever heard of us, Crate Company.
It would have been a shame to have wasted space.
Would have been awful. Nobody wants that.
I look a bit confused. I lean back in my chair and assume that we're just waiting for more pilots to land before we set off.
So you lean back and you guys are kind of waiting. You can hear a bit of calf rustling around as... Where did your character go? There he is. 'Cause I'm learning these names myself. As Saren in the back, this human, a little straggly, looks like it's late for him. Getting a drink, and at this point, Eck,
What's up?
You, on your last hyperspace stint, you're just about to drop out, and as you do, that same ship fills your screen.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to roll for me Actually, I'll let you choose what you do. You notice something pop on your sensors. Not the ship in front of you. That one's broadcasting an ident that is kind of... It seems to be a bit scrambled, but it looks like it's a positive. And you just before you get a radio call, something else appears on your sensor. On your sensor screen. It's an energy signature of some kind. You're not sure what it was, and it seems to be gone as quickly as you noticed it. What's your sensor range?
Let me just pull up that up.
As you drop out of hyperspace in the largest of the fighters that everyone has brought to this shindig.
It's close sensor range.
It's close sensor range?
Yeah, that's what the page says.
Yeah, you get at the very edge of your sensors. I'm a little surprised actually that it's close. You see a blip of it looks like some kind of maybe an energy discharge, maybe it's a little background radiation. What would you like to do?
Let me think. I think I'd like to use my piloting skills to divert all of my craft's energy to my engines and try to pump over there, take a quick look before winging back around to the ship.
All right. So you slam the craft into high gear. And I believe... 2 seconds, let me just check something real quick. So there is a maneuver called Punch It. So you want to do this immediately, right? Like as fast as you possibly can?
Yeah.
All right, so you use Punch It. You accelerate to your maximum speed, but it will cost you 1 strain. So take 1 system strain for your vehicle. As the UV wing whips around away from the Freestar that has just started to calm you and is about to ask, what's going on. You blast the engines and you start flying. It's actually away from the ship. As you do this, Freestar comes over. U-wing, this is Freestar. You copy? What are you doing?
I'm just checking something out. Something weird over there. Also the full throttle ability as well.
Okay.
And that increases my top speed by 1 for a number of rounds equal to cunning. So equal to my cunning. Which is 2.
Okay. We're commencing a sensor scan of the area right now. Hang on. And they're going to increase their sensors, do an actual scan in that direction. Let me get the computer.
I'm going to continue moving even while they
while you're doing it. Okay.
Even when they say hold on.
As you're flying in that direction, there is a light. There's a light asteroid field in that direction. It's nothing too dense. It's actually just a number of kind of larger rocks. As you're getting closer and closer to them, roll for me a computers check at a hard difficulty. As you're watching your sensors to see if you pick anything up. Visually, you don't notice anything just yet.
Is that a 2?
That's 3 purples.
Okay. Oh.
So an average is a 2 purple and a easy is a 1. How'd you do?
I can't remember which. I've got 2 of the successes. 2. I don't remember what these purple ones are.
Those are threat.
ones are the threat.
Those
Okay,
are threat. So you succeed.
Yeah. Okay.
So you succeed, and just kind of glancing down and keeping your sensor going, as I imagine you're scanning while you're doing this. So you notice something in the last kind of scanning pass as you're getting closer and closer to this small batch of asteroids, that there's definitely an energy signature in there. You've picked it up now properly. You get a call back, and the Freestar says, "We're not picking up anything. We just did a scan of the region in that general direction. We don't see anything. Why don't you come back to the barn?"
I'm going to slow down a little bit, redistribute my energy, so I'm a little more protected, but I'm going to continue to check out what's over there.
Okay. So you also had 2 extra threat on that roll. Okay, cool. As you burn hard over there and you do this scan, you are managing your power system, and with that extra threat, you kind of put a little bit more power into that scan that lets you pick up on this little bit of energy. There's something over there, something that's triggering the U-wing sensors. With that extra bit of power, though, it definitely makes you a beacon in the local region, like a shining beacon as you're scanning. You're very easy to detect, and it may make your next roll more difficult. So you're moving towards the asteroid. You're on this side of it. The sun that's in this sector is shining on this side of it, and you're seeing nothing but rock, little bits of ice crystals, and a little bit of this trailing, kind of like an icy wisp that comes off the back of this asteroid as it slowly spins and moves through space. What would you like to do?
So how close am I to this asteroid, and how large and how fast is it moving?
You are moving kind of relative to the asteroid itself, and it's not moving very quickly. It's actually quite slow, and it's large, so it's kind of just very slowly turning. You are then, I'll say you're in with a close range to it, so you're within, you could fire at it if you wanted to. You would be that kind of range to it.
I think I will can I put my shields to front and fire at it then?
Oh, I mean, yeah, if you'd like to, or you can get closer. You do whatever you want. So that's what you want to do?
I don't care about checking stuff out. Let's just blow it up.
Okay, fair enough. So we're gonna do your first attack roll. This asteroid is much larger than you are.
Yep.
So pick the weapon system that you want to use, and you double up your shields in the front, which you can totally do. Normally it's a maneuver, but we're not in structured time. So you flick a switch, your shields double up in the front. You ready the weapon system, and just as another radio call comes in, I want you to go ahead and roll a easy attack roll. So it's 1 purple, as it's a big rock. And it'd be hilarious if you missed. Easy attack roll with your gunnery skill.
So I made it.
So you succeeded?
I got 1 success and 1...
Cool. What's the weapon damage that you've got? I'm curious. And what'd you use? What weapon?
I used the forward-facing weapons. It is 6 damage.
Okay. So 6 damage from your laser cannons?
Yes.
Okay, laser cannons that you fire into these. It is a big asteroid, and you fire off this laser cannon. You just kind of load into it, and you see bits and pieces and parts of debris that start flying out, and you notice you start actually drilling kind of a hole into it. It's mostly a little bit of rock and ice mixed together. As you blow through it, kind of leaving this cloud of bits and debris. You have 2 advantage. Unless there's something else you want to do, which you could like restore strain, on your vehicle if you wanted to do that, or you could leave it up to me to use a little narratively in this case. Since you don't know what it is you're kind of shooting at, sometimes it's better to let the GM kind of have fun with it.
Yep, keep her going.
Okay. So you fire away, and you do manage to hit the asteroid. And what you see in the moment of blasting away is the asteroid actually manages to crack. Not the whole thing, just a small portion of it, but this little corner of it, maybe about a quarter of it, breaks off from this new fracture point and starts to slowly spin. And roll a vigilance check for me, 4 purples.
Okay, that doesn't sound good.
This is vigilance is a skill to see if you notice something you maybe weren't expecting to see. Whereas perception is like, I want to look for this particular thing. The perception is if I want to try to find the needle in the haystack, I'm looking for the needle. Vigilance is I didn't even know there was a needle, but I happened to notice it because my vigilance is amazing. Oh my god, did you succeed it?
Yeah, well, I've got 2...
Nope. So you have to have +1 success. You need 1 success over the blank
Damn.
out. And you got, so close, really close. With the, did you have any advantage?
I've got +4 advantage and then 3 disadvantage.
Okay, so those cut each other off, so you should have 1 extra advantage left over to spend.
Mm-hmm.
I will say you notice a flash as the large, like, quarter piece of this asteroid starts to break off and rotate. Another piece kind of breaks again, and as it starts to spin, on the very edge on the other side where there's a lot of pressure, it seems that a chunk of rock kind of broke off. You see for an instant this almost a white-red pop, like a flash of light, as 2 rocks collide. You're not sure what it was, though. You didn't get a good look at it. You did see a bit of light just whoop.
Am I able to check for any debris in the area with my computers? Or is it not even... Is there just nothing there now?
At this point, I will say it wouldn't be something that was... you can say that you did it as you try to scan through, and you get this angry call from the free star, but there's nothing large enough to... If there was anything there's nothing large enough for you to pick up.
Okay. So I'll just return to the ship then. Maybe let them know what happened on my way over. Something suspicious going on.
Okay. So you report that. You report something hanky, maybe. The voice that you hear identifies itself as the bridge officer, the comm officer. Comm officer is a lieutenant and says, "All right, we'll keep our eyes open. But I know the captain wants to get out of here anyway, so why don't you just come back aboard? We should be taking off soon."
All right. I put the ramp down on my U-wing and get on board.
All right. So, entering the hangar bay, it's tougher for you. Give me a piloting check at 1 difficulty, at 1 purple, as your ship is the largest one, and it's the last one to arrive.
Best pilot, though, so I'm not worried.
Should be an easy one. Also, I want you all just send me a message in Discord what your vigilance skill is. I use that as a kind of a passive perception, and I forgot to ask you for it.
I passed it.
You passed it? Nice.
Yep.
All right. And no threat or anything like that?
There was a threat, but I canceled it here.
Sweet.
I'll put it back.
Okay. No, you're fine. I'm going to rely on you guys to work that out for me and just tell me what it is. So yeah, go ahead and send me those. You can PM it to me if you don't want the rest of the players to know what your skills are. I don't mind.
Okay.
So there are a few things. Every GM is different. This is for the stream. On how they handle some skills and some roles. So bear that in mind, everyone who's watching, especially this system because it's a very narrative system. But all right, so you managed to land, no problem. You didn't knock any boxes over. You
Rude.
You didn't have any issues. You managed to find the spot, port side of the hangar. As you get out, you're greeted by a very energetic Rhodian.
I tell him to back off because he he's kind of getting in my personal space, and I'm not a huge fan of that. And he's sweating profusely.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Just wanted to introduce myself. I'm assuming you're the last member that we're expecting for the squadron.
Well, I don't like last. I had quite a distance to come, and I had to navigate, some difficult hyperlanes, but I suppose, there could be somebody not here yet.
And he's leaning past you and looking at your ride. Like, no, you're definitely last.
Listen, eyes on me, not on Veronica, okay?
Oh, she's got a name, does she?
Of course she does. Why wouldn't she?
His eyes are looking up at you. Finally! Somebody who shows their ship the proper respect it deserves. You wouldn't believe that... Anyways, I'm your head mechanic. My name is Trash Kutch. If you need anything, let me know. Here, take a look at this. This is my data pad for any of the upgrades that we can probably do. And this is a U-Wing. I've worked on these before. Great drop ships. I'm surprised we don't have more of them being, what we are here. And why we have such other, and you kind of look through, and it's really a crammed hangar, right? At this point, it's unsafely crammed full of ships. This is far more than this hangar should ever have had. The mechanics are busy working, and they look like they're working on each ship has got 1 or 2 people on it. You see Kutch turn around, and you hear him yell, Maria, get over here. And a woman, female, runs over. She looks like she's in her 30s. She's got her coveralls all the way up. She is festooned with tools, even more so than Kutch standing next to her. Yeah, what do you want, boss? Well, we're gonna have some work to do. We got to get these ships ready to go in case they're needed. Let's get to work. You let me know what you want on this thing. I got some ideas.
Can I leave my my U-Wing manual on the ship just in case it makes the upgrade easier for him?
Sure. Yeah, if you like to, and point it out to him so he knows that it's there.
Yeah. Okay. I left the old manual there. Veronica's got a lot of special bits in her, and she can be a bit fussy, so the manual's sitting right on the dash there up the front.
Every one of these U-Wings has got a personality of its own. It's a lot like the Y-Wings, except for less of a pain in the ass. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. You're gonna want to talk to the first shirt. He's in the mess hall. Just go out the doors, and you notice he's talking to you with quite a bit of respect. Through those doors, and then take a left all the way down the hall through another one of the airlock doors. You'll see the sign that's written on it. Did that work myself? And yeah. Good luck to you, and I look forward to working with you. And
all right, I give him a nod of my head, and I follow his directions down to the I think you said the mess.
Yeah, the mess hall. You can get yourself some food too. Probably a long trip.
Could have been longer.
All right. So you make your way toward the mess. As the doors open, you do find yourself in that same hallway. 2 guards with those rebel fleet officer helmets that are really goofy that swoop all the way back. All in those khaki grays, kind of deserty uniforms. These 2 have their vests on, their full gear, and sitting there with carbines. Double doors in front of you that have an indicator that they are locked, as one of your squadron members you haven't met yet has tried. And then to your left, towards the mess hall. What do you want to do?
I think I'll just continue to the mess hall.
Okay. All right. So, as you make your way to the mess, the conversation kind of continues with you guys at this point. Styx is sitting there. You guys been asking a few questions. You haven't come in just yet. Styx is... Yeah, I don't know what y'all would have been assigned here for. We've had some losses, and we do need replacement pilots. But I don't know what the orders are. Ebron, you gotta know something, man. Kay says to him, and the Nautilin kind of rose his chin a bit, and no, I don't know anything just yet. I knew we were getting new pilots in and that we were waiting in the sector for them, but that was just about it. At this point, the doors open and you walk in. Would you like to describe your character?
Sure. I am a Itachi, a pretty large species, like not a gigantic human, but a large human. 6 foot tall, really big, disgusting hands. I've got 2 large horns. One of them has a crack running up it, and I smell pretty awful because I've been.
Have a nose.
Yeah, I've been in a U-wing, and you guys presumably smell bad as well. But I'm a big, sweaty Itachi thing.
All right. So when you walk in, how tall are you, by the way?
Just say 6 foot.
Just say 6 foot? Okay. As you walk in, you see what look like the 3 infantry. You see the older Nautilin standing there. He's finished his cigar. He's finishing up what looks like his calf. In the far side of the room, where would you be at this point?
The calf machine.
You'd be walking over to the calf machine, and you do get a glance, and under his breath, you hear, "Finally," the Nautilin says.
Something you want to say out loud there, buddy?
He leans back a bit. he leans back a bit.
Are we having a problem?
You all see this at the table. He hasn't turned completely around, but you do see for the first time a smile slowly crawl across the first shirt's face. As he opens his mouth, he says, "A problem? I don't think we're gonna have a problem. My name's Sergeant Major Ebron. I'll be the one you're reporting into. I'm the first shirt aboard the Freestar." He slowly turns around and he stands up.
I take it you're the one we've been waiting for.
Wasted, where is your character right now? Where is Saren at this point?
Saren would be sitting back to the wall somewhere in a corner, nursing a cup of calf, listening quite intently, but not watching.
Okay. All right. So, the shirt, as he stands up, he looks at you. Well, grab yourself a cup of calf, have a seat, and hey, you as well. I want to find out what's going. And before he has a chance to finish this sentence, take a second to load here.
Oh God.
As he goes to finish this sentence, there's a moment where the lights turn this dark red. And before you have a chance to say anything, he stops. What the hell? And 2 loud impacts on the hull violently shake the ship. I want everyone currently standing up right now to do a coordination check to see if you manage to stay upright. There's just a pause for a second before 2 more massive hits. Oops. Play this one. This is the better one. The ship, that's not the right one. The ship violently shakes again. The roll is going to be an average check.
That's 2, right?
Yep.
There's the one I was looking for. Yeah, average is 2.
Okay, I got 2 disadvantages. Sorry, can you remind me what they're called again?
All right, so success is the star, and then advantage is the wings.
So I had a success, a failure, an advantage, and 2 disadvantages. So I'm -1 disadvantage.
All right. So you start to kind of wobble one way, and then as the second detonation and the ship shakes, you kind of wobble the other way and then fall over on your side and kind of slide back towards one of the side walls and kind of bang your head. Go ahead and take... I think you had an extra threat there. Go ahead and take a point of strain, but you are knocked prone.
Oh. Okay.
As you guys are kind of knocked over at this point, there's a pause for a second and silence. I got to roll for him, actually, because he was standing up. He manages to kind of plant his feet after the first impact, and with the second one, he holds steady, the Nautilin, and grabs onto the bench and pulls himself to it. So now he's kind of leaned over the table, holding his hands through the grate. As he pulls himself to it and holds, the ship shakes. The second impacts come in. You guys are already on the ground. How did you do, Saren?
I had a flat wash.
Flat wash? Okay, so you were knocked down as well. No threat on that one. So you just knocked prone and kind of slid. Then there's this moment.
Slid off my chair.
I thought you were standing up.
I was sitting in the corner.
Oh, you're sitting in the corner. Okay, so you're fine. So never mind.
I think it was just me standing up.
It was just you standing up. All right. And the Nautilin. So
the Nautilin, yeah.
There's this moment of silence. Of what the hell was that? Nobody's saying anything, and it feels like almost an eternity. But after a couple of seconds, the alarm starts to sound, and it is immediately off-putting. The Nautilin looks up and looks to the rest of you, Ebron, and says, "Shit, we're under attack." And just as he says that, you hear a crackle of the loudspeakers.
This is Captain Sindula. The Imperials have located the Free Star and are attempting to disable the ship. We've got incoming boarding craft on attack vector. Crate Company, hold engineering and gunnery. Fighter pilots, to your
The comms cut out and the lights dim as another series of impacts shake the ship. With that, you hear this just as Kutch is about to he's looking around at you guys, and he's about to scream something, and he starts to pull himself up from the desk, from that table that everybody's sitting at. I want you all to roll. Well, I'll let you choose exactly what you roll, but you hear this something snapping above you. This large coolant pipe drops down from the ceiling and swings as if two of the bolts still managed to hold up, so it gave it a pivot point. Swings down like a pendulum. It looks like it's about 4.5 feet across and probably about 8 feet long. So this thing is a couple 100 pounds of metal. Swings down towards the table. Everybody at the table, what do you do?
I duck. I try to duck under the table itself.
Okay, you try to actually duck under the metal table? All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. As this thing swings down, give me I'll say coordination on this one, unless you've got an argument for another skill you wanted to use, but I think it's going to be about your speed on this one, to be able to maneuver fast enough. I would make an argument for athletics, but it's up to you.
That's the same one for me, so I'll go for your one.
Okay. All right. So that's going to be I will say this is a hard difficulty as it comes in fast, and this is going to be see if you can duck under. And you're at the edge of the table, so you're a little bit farther away. It's okay. Go ahead and roll when you're ready. He's actually leaning on the table. So actually, you're farther away from it. I'll say it's an average check for you. So it's 2 purples. And take, 2 purples. Go ahead and roll for that. He's going to roll. As he's lying on the table, I'm bringing his to a hard roll because he's literally like underneath the pivot point where this thing is dropping, almost like a guillotine as it swings in. So, let's see. Coordination from him as he's trying to just push himself up. And it's more about just speed. Okay. So how'd you do on that roll?
For me, I've got 2 blanks.
2 blanks on... Did you roll the difficulty?
Sorry, which one was the
average? 2 purples. You can get blanks.
Sorry.
That's what happens.
Uh-oh.
Oh man.
Or the difficult
Charlie's gonna die. Could have been way worse.
Oh, 2 threat. Okay, so remember you have to have 1 success to be successful at what your action is, what you want to do. As you try to dive under the table. All right. Let me, I don't have my D6s, so sometimes when I need a damage amount for something that's happening in the world, I'll roll a D6 to kind of get leave it in the hands of the dice, or a D something. So let me grab up some dice. This is the lovely thing about it.
Oh no.
There's one over in the corner here.
That could have went so much worse, though.
D6.
Yeah,
grab a
I could
D8.
have killed myself.
And a D10. So we'll roll the D6 for some damage here.
Just roll the chance
Oh
to.
my god. Okay, so it's 6 damage. As you dive under the table, this thing,
What?
from your perspective, I rolled top 6. Now it's going to be 6, but take away your soaks, whatever your soak is. As this massive pipe, you dived underneath the table, this massive pipe comes swinging down, and the table doesn't stop it. It just starts to slow it, and you hear this horrible crunch noise, and then it hits the metal, and you hear as it bends its way and crushes its way through the metal, as it's lost a lot of its momentum because it would have done a lot more damage closer. So minus your soak on that, that's how much damage you take. As the impact nails you and sends you flying out the other side of the table, as you slide across the deck toward Saren.
Wow, you died in combat with the Empire? No, got hit by a pipe.
You slide out on your back, and you slide up to where Saren is sitting right now. The ship still shakes a little bit. Anybody else at the table?
Yeah, I was right on the other side. I assume I was between Charlie's character, Neytiri, and the pipe as it was coming down. Was it the opposite end of the table?
When you walked in, yeah, you were sitting at the opposite side of the table, and this came down the diagonal way. So, what skill would you like to use? This thing is coming down.
So I'm trying to.
Can't believe it rolled a
coordinate
6. Ouch.
under the table as well, kind of mimicking the same thing Neytiri was doing.
So you're trying to dive under?
Yes.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
Just sort of under.
So roll for me. Again, it'd be coordination on this one.
Same difficulty, average.
Same difficulty. Because you wouldn't be as close as he was, because he was at the edge of the table.
Jesus Christ. 1 threat.
1 threat. Any success?
Nope.
No success. Okay.
That's 1 threat.
All right. So how much is your soak, by the way? I'm curious.
My soak is 2.
Your soak was 2. Okay. So 3 damage minus your soak. So it'll be 1 damage for you. And you did minus your soak, right, on that attack? On that.
Yeah, it was 4 in total. 6.
Worst
and then
luck.
2 soak.
Worst luck.
I know.
All right. So
I know.
that is the max it could have possibly been. So you go to dive under, and you glance up, and you see how big this freaking coolant pipe is as it rushes down. And what you notice is that the pipe straight up crushes the first shirt, and it is awful. It's right in front of you. And as you kind of dip down underneath it, you realize this isn't going to stop it, and you kind of roll off the desk. You do manage to get a little bit of the shrapnel and kind of tear up one of your arms, down one of your arms. It's kind of a bit of a deep scratch, but doesn't put you too out, because I think you only took like 1 damage. Your clothes end up taking most of the brunt of it as you kind of roll out. Anybody else at that table still?
No, I got knocked away when I fell at the beginning.
Right. Okay. So, you all have a moment. The ship shakes a little bit, but it doesn't seem to be shaking as hard now, and you can hear dull thuds. What do you do?
So I run to the Nautilin and see if he's just metaphorically crushed or if he's
As you run up to the table, you see that the coolant pipe that has dropped out of the ceiling at this point has carved its way halfway through the table. And there's nothing down there but visceral and blood. He rolled terribly.
We should head to our fighters perhaps and see if we can assist in what I assume is the battle.
Is there a gunnery station nearby, like a turbo laser emplacement or anything? One of us could, I could check out instead of going in my U-wing.
I start heading back to the hangar.
You start heading back to the hangar. Okay, hang on 2 seconds. I'm just rolling for the other members of the. Okay.
Am I fully knocked out as well?
You're not knocked out. You're fine. You just took a little damage and you slid. You got knocked.
Okay, good.
You probably think, oh man, luckily that didn't hit me with the full brunt of it. I'm rolling for the other members, which, no shit. Okay. So there, 2 of them get kind of, they jump out of the chair, off the desk as this thing comes down and manage to roll out of the way. One of them gets a pretty gnarly bit of shrapnel that kind of cuts through and across their neck. This would be Hav. Hav takes this bit of shrapnel from the desk itself, this table itself, but he's got his hand on it now, and he's backed away from the table, and everybody's kind of just in shock, staring at the dead first shirt. So you're heading for... So who was heading for the hangar?
I start heading for the hangar. I'm kind of like waiting at the door for people to follow me if they are.
From the corner, a voice pipes up. If you rookies are quite done, it seems the first is not about to give us any orders. To the hangar, the fighters.
All right, I'm gonna change my mind and follow him because he sounded authoritative.
Yeah, same.
What about us? Greeny says, the smaller Rhodian, and Stick slaps him. You heard the captain. We're heading to engineering. First, we're hitting up the armory. Hav holding his neck at this point, and he's got a little bit of blood splurting from it. Right. And maybe I can get a stim pack. But I like it. Armory. Good luck, fly boys. And he runs off.
Opinion that you should avoid any hanging pipes on the way.
Yeah, well, watch out. Ship's taking it. Oh, and you can see another little splurt of blood come out of his wound in his neck. Ship's taking a beating. Come on, let's go. And they take off running toward one of the exits, and as they open it up, you see that it's actually a drop down, a ladder that heads down to the next deck.
Before they go, I kind of run up to Hav and try to do a quick patch up on his arm. You can't do anything with your arm like that.
You, I mean, if you want to, so you're just doing a medical, so you can do a medical check on him. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and he is beyond half of his health damage.
Ooh.
He's rough. So he survived though. Go ahead and as you guys are doing this, the alarm actually stops. It kind of slows down. Go ahead and do a medical check. It will be an average difficulty check because he is beyond half of his health. As you run up to him. And then the rest of you are at the door about to head for the hangar. And you hear as you guys get to that door while he's doing this roll and helping out Hav, who's waiting for his turn to get down the ladder. You hear, again, boom, 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 boom. This very, like, deep, bassy pops. How'd you do?
1 success, 3 advantage with the extra advantage I get from thing. And I kind of just pop him on the arm quickly and start running back to after my new squad mates.
Okay. How much? I know you've got the doctor skills, right? So how much health does that actually heal? Because I know you get bonuses for it.
I think it is an extra per success if I have it. Yeah, surgeon. Yeah, heal additional wound per rank of surgeon. I only have the 1 rank right now.
Okay.
So that'd be 2 wounds that he recovers from that.
2 wounds. That's it helps. So you help bandage up. You help give him a bandage to put a constant pressure on the neck wound that he's got, and it seems to kind of hold up a bit. Like, thanks. That might. And you can see he was kind of getting a little drowsy. He was starting to get a little wobbly. That should hold me at least until I get to the armory. We got stem packs down there. Good luck.
Same to you.
And he has to stand back up because he had to kneel down so you could get to his wound. And he runs in to that small room with the ladder and starts making his way down and sort of slides down.
The back part of my med kit is actually a small footstool, so it just folds out and I can...
I love it. All right. Okay, so now one of the things
reset our do we reset our strain at this point? since combat's over?
At this point,
okay.
combat is not over. We've not gone into structured time yet. So
What about my ship strain from before?
at this,
When
you
I
can
was-
reset that as it's been landed and people have been working on it. I will say, go ahead and
Okay.
reset your ship strain. Your other companion looks pretty. I think you look pretty rough, right? How do you look with your wound as you slid across the floor?
Oh, sorry.
No, you go. You go.
Were you asking me or him?
I was asking for Natiri. I think you took the biggest brunt of that outside of the poor first shirt.
Yeah, I ate shit. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
You got punted like a golf ball.
I'm going to follow. I'm gonna follow Siren. Just like Zachary was going to. So I'm trying to get up and get close to Siren and await for wherever he decides to navigate to.
All right.
Instead of the hangars.
So the doors open out of the mess hall, and he leads you into. Well, I will show you guys where he leads you. So let's go ahead and clear the table off of anything that you guys need. I think I've already done that. If there's anything else, nope. And I will load up the map.
Ooh.
So give that a second to load.
Is that a static image, or is that an actual thing where you click on the thing you want to load?
That is called One World. It's amazing. It allows you to have tons of worlds and tons of maps ready to go. And I've been so excited by this. I just want you guys to know I've been doing I went a little ham. So
God.
now
Christ.
we're going to talk
Incredible.
a little bit about, since you guys are new to this, meta, right? Meta information. There is what your character knows, and then there's what you guys know as players. And what you guys know, and all the information and all the Star Wars lore at this table is probably a little nuts. And there's no way that your character knows all that information. One of the examples would be in areas that you've never been in, like that other hangar, right? Crash hangar, you've never been in there. You don't know what's in there, but you do know what's in, or Bash hangar, you don't know what's in there. Crash, you do, because that's where you landed. So, if I could get... This would be a little bit more...
Even the stormtroopers even cutting the door. That's so cool.
So let me get your guys' characters, and I want your marching order. You're coming out of the mess hall, and you're coming in from here. Make you a little bit smaller. So go ahead and arrange. I know you said that Varga, who you haven't actually been introduced yet. You see there is... He's not there. Because of the time that you guys arrived. Nobody rolled that high. You see the door, the airlock door that was there before is now shut, and it's this pretty thick door that it leads directly out. It's one of the emergency hatches. It is shut in front of you. Again, you hear boom, 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 boom.
Can I try to make a mechanics check to open it just enough so we can look through?
If you would like to. As you, first person that would be at the door would be
sorry.
Saren. So Saren, you get up to the door, and as you're trying to get to the hangar, the door doesn't open, and the door seems to be locked down. You all hear the door sound, the door chime.
Hey, if no one's got a better idea, I can try to open that from this side, but it might take a minute.
That would give me time to address Natiri's wounds a bit, so that's fine with me.
Chief, what do you think?
I'm not your chief. Do we really have time for this?
Well, do you have any better ideas?
It seems you're the one that took offense to the title being used.
True enough. I think we need to get through here and get whatever scumbags are on this ship off of it ASAP. Nothing can interfere with our mission.
Is that our mission, or did we have another mission that this mission shouldn't be interfering with if we were not to complete this mission within the standard parameters that this mission should be completed within? I think we should get to work.
All right, and unless anyone has a better idea, I'm going to try to open this thing. So, Chief, last chance.
I've already started working on Neytiri's wounds.
Okay. So you're starting to bandage up. So go ahead and do, if you're doing stem pack or medical check is up to you.
Medical check.
Okay, go ahead and do the same medical roll on this one. And are you beyond half your health threshold?
Me? No, I'm not beyond half.
Oh, excellent. So it'll be I mean, let me double check that. I believe it's an easy roll for you, but I want to double check. Yeah. If your current wounds are equal, or either equal to half or less, it's only an easy. So 1 purple.
Cool.
And one purple for me, yeah?
No, you don't have to roll it. It's a medical check. He's doing all the work.
Okay.
You just got to sit there and get work done. And he'll tell you how much he's going to heal you for. So he's got his medical kit out, and he's begun patching the wounds that you sustained from the punting.
3 success, 3 advantage. So you'd heal 6 wounds and 3 strain.
Holy that's a lot of healing. Our other group doesn't have a medic, so they've never had the joys of real medic checks.
4 wounds, not 6.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. I can't overheal, can I? I can't
No,
overheal.
you can't go. You can't go over. So you're back up to 100.
That's perfect.
All right.
Yep, I'm back up to 100.
And you're surprised. The work is good for how fast it was done. Pretty quick. If you are trying to muscle over and open that door, go ahead and do a mechanics check, unless someone wants to stop you.
What difficulty for that?
Oh, for the door, it is a average check.
So that's 2. Okay.
And what are you using? You got tools?
I do have a. Hold on. I've got a tool belt. It doesn't say what's in it, but it counts as a tool.
How are you opening? It's a big mechanical door. It's got a control panel on the side. It does have a data port, but it is a substantial door that's locked in front of you, and you don't have lock picking tools, I don't believe, because that would be a skullduggery roll.
All right, I'll try to pop open the side panel and see if I can activate it from within, hotwire it, I guess. Unless that's skullduggery rather than mechanics.
That would. So if you're trying to like lockpick it or hotwire it, I would allow. For this, it is a mechanical door, so I will allow mechanics on this one.
Okay, so that's a normal, you said? So two purple?
It'll be 2 purple.
Okay. So
the door is the greatest enemy in D&D and in every tabletop. Yep.
Door, ladders.
So I got 1 success, 1 failure, then 4 advantage, 1 disadvantage.
So go ahead.
I fail it.
So go ahead. Yeah, work those out for me. Tell me what your totals are.
So I'm +3 advantage.
+3 advantage. Okay. Would you like me to handle the advantage? Or would you like to spend it? What narrative thing could you do? 3 advantage is a lot. So what would you like to do? You're not going to get the door all the way open because you failed the actual
I just want to take a look. Maybe it opens enough just so we can take a look and see what's through the other side.
3 advantage? Sure. So you getting in there trying to get it open, you hear something unlock and then as it locks in place and the door opens just slightly and you get about 1.5 inches, just enough to look through.
Do you see anything?
Do I see anything? I see 4 stormtroopers on the other side. 2 are trying to get through that door. 2 have blasters pointed towards us. Not epic.
And what you also see is the occasional blaster bolt comes through the doorway, from the hangar that was that you had landed in. So.
Do we all see this, or is this just?
It's a small crack, but it's along the entire door. So if you manage to if you push yourself up there and glance in, you'd be able to see it. Are you willing to do that?
was gonna say, while this is going on, keep an eye out and have a look around, see if there's any source of this noise that I can tell. So yeah, I guess so.
Okay. You kind of push your way through a little bit and take a glance through, and you also see the same thing. Unless you want to do a perception roll, that's kind of the immediate obvious. You also see a body on the ground. You want to do a perception roll?
Yeah, I was waiting, keeping an eye out while they opened the door.
Okay. What do you look? Just a general perception roll. Are you looking for anything particular?
I've been hearing these repeated noises, and I'm trying to look for an obvious source of those noises. Basically, you know, is that the ship under attack, and at what point in that attack are we?
I will say at this point it would be it's easy for you to tell. So easy you don't need to do a roll for it. Okay. With the crack open, you can hear what you were hearing. The thumps of was the sound of blaster fire echoing through the metal of the ship, and you were also hearing what sounds like now that you can hear it, and you recognize that as a heavy blasting repeater, a heavy gun. And they seem completely unaware, the stormtroopers that you guys can see through the crack, that door has opened just ever so slightly. The two closest to the middle, closest to you, seem to be far more interested in the incoming fire coming through the doorway.
With a slight frown on his face of consideration, Saren will say, "Can you get that thing any further open, or are we stuck here for now?"
I mean, I can try again, but it's going to take some time.
Is there a console we can try to override any sort of settings or commands?
Having been here for a while, would I know of another way around?
As you guys just kind of glance around, you do see, well, one, the door is open large enough for like fingers to get in there. So glancing, looking for other ways around, maybe it could be forced open, but you would definitely be noticed at that point. Looking around the little room, you wouldn't need to roll for this. You would see a series of two vents on the right and the left-hand side, about 5 feet off the ground, a little bit larger than, say, the vents from, you know, the classic kind of TV trope of vents big enough for people to crawl through. But they're above you. Another way around, you do know behind you, back in the mess hall, was the ladder that went down, and the other entranceway that you use that actually leads down to the lower deck as well, to where some of the quarters are, where they set you up with your own quarters. That's kind of the routes that you know. And then there's this door right here in front of you, so.
I forget, does the door have a keypad? Could we go back and
The door
check?
has a keypad, and
Yeah,
you
okay.
ripped it open to get inside to start messing around with the
Okay.
parts, so, yeah, to start rewiring it and hot wiring it, so.
Yikes.
But the
Could've
door
checked
is-
the commander.
Am I able to check around the room? Is that something I can
Sure.
do? Is that a...
Sure, you can roll a vigilance check
like-
if you're looking for something, not something specific. You can roll a perception check if you're looking for something very specific.
Can I do a perception check to see if there's anything related to the keypad that has now been ripped open? Yeah, as a way of like trying to figure out how to get through.
Okay, sure. You're looking for like components maybe that he like tossed aside while he was ripping the keypad open?
I have found
Yeah, because
we could have pressed to get in if the door were intact.
Right.
Yeah, no. Looking for anything like tools related post destruction of the keypad, because obviously typing in the keypad now would be useless. So or anything of like a large object that could yank whatever opening. So I'm trying to remember names. Zachary has achieved with the door.
Okay, roll for me an easy perception check.
Okay. What is my...
I want you to take
Okay.
3 boosts for this as well.
3 boosts?
That's 3 boost die, yep. Due
okay.
to environmental factors of you being so close and having, yeah, just roll 3 boosts. I'll tell you why in a second.
Okay, so that's 3 yellows, 3 blues, yeah?
And
purple.
1 purple is your difficulty.
Yep.
Sure. I can hear those dice are rolling. They actually simulate the dice sound too. At
Sorry,
TTS.
that
I love
was
it.
me. I was just playing with them at my table.
You're fine. And we're not, just so everybody knows, we're not sponsored by anybody on this. We're just playing and having fun. This is just my preferred gaming setup. But I love that you can actually hear them on the table. Anyways, sorry.
Sorry. I have a 1 success, 3. I forget. Is that advantage or
advantage?
Yeah.
It's the wings.
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
4.
Okay.
4, sorry. 2 blanks and 1 threat.
2 blanks and 1 threat.
So you got an advantage and or one success plus 3 advantage.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Which one of you has a tool belt?
I do.
You do?
We all do, yeah.
As you, not everybody has a tool belt because they're really expensive. They're like 500 credits at character start.
I have a tool belt as well. So.
Okay, so you have a tool belt. So
yes.
The nearest tool belt to you, as you're looking around for something, you look down and be like, oh yeah, I grabbed my giant pry bar. It's in my belt.
So can I like Half-Life to it and just yank the door open?
Sure.
With the
You can use your brawn to do it. Sure. So you use your tool belt and pull.
I'm a little scared we're gonna get shot.
Yeah, I just
Seeing this man break out this huge crowbar, it being very obvious what's about to happen, Saren takes a good few steps back in the room and pulls out a brace of pistols, one of which looks rather intricate long, not anything you'd usually see.
All right.
I guess I'm in the front here then if I'm yanking the door open. Zachary, I don't know if you want to pull back.
Knowing what's in the room, I'm gonna back up slightly and ready a grenade.
I pull out my E5.
All right, so brawn, that's not much.
So this would be athletics. It would be the skill. I don't know if you have any points in athletics, but its base stat is brawn. So you go ahead and roll. This is going to be a hard check. It's a big door.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, doors in tabletop games. So go ahead and do that hard check. I will say, because you have the tool for the job, go ahead and take a boost for it as you're yanking on this tool, and because you can get that in there a lot easier than just a couple of fingers. And roll when you're ready.
Okay, so I need to pull these back and these two. Sorry, this guys, bear with me.
So this is a hard check, so it's 3 purples. So I had 2 more purples in that roll. Yeah,
sorry.
This is a hard check. So easy is 1, average is 2, and then hard is going to be 3. And holy crap, that is a lot of threats.
Yeah.
But
5 threats.
But he passed it.
But he passed it.
And that's only ends up being 2 threat after.
Oh man, awesome. All right. So you stick this crowbar, this big pry bar in there, and you kind of look to your companions for a moment, and instead of like 1, 2, 3, go, you just stick it in there and you yank as hard as you can. And while everybody's like waiting for you to give them the sign, think, wham, you pull it open unexpectedly. The door, instead of like creaking open, slams open as it gets back on whatever track it was on and slams into the back wall. Everybody in this hallway sees and hears this happen as it echoes down the hall. Everybody in the deck below you wonders what just exploded up top as this loud sound goes off and all the stormtroopers turn your way. With that much threat, I'm gonna say you're out in the open completely, and on the first attack they will get an upgrade against you. I want you all to roll initiative.
Vigilance?
Will this be cool or vigilance? Yes.
I will say
We're pretty prepared for this one.
you're pretty prepared. So it'll be cool for this one. As you're all prepared, even though he surprised you with how fast the door opened, you guys were ready and your weapons were ready. So I will say it'll be a cool roll. You were kind of waiting in ambush, but there will be no surprise. And at my table, I normally allow 1 person to get a surprise round. If they manage to actually surprise the enemy, just 1 character out of the party who managed to start the fight. But in this case, with all that threat, nah. So, and Wasted, would you write names in the initiative order corner for me?
Yes, no problem.
You are a hero. All right.
Is this a hard check as well? Sorry.
All you got to do is roll. Don't worry about difficulties. This is just
Okay.
your initiative. So we're figuring out in what order everyone's going to move, and we are now officially in our first
Yep.
structured time. We are in a fight.
Oh,
I rolled a
Wow.
2 success with 1 dice, which was lucky.
Nice. That's really good. You have one cool.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Under pressure.
I love it.
I have 2 success and 4 advantage.
So that 2.4. Sorry, what was the first one?
I had 2 cool.
2
Or
success.
2 success, sorry.
All right, roll some.
I had 3 success, 2 advantage.
This will be vigilance. While you guys are figuring that out. So what's kind of cool about the Star Wars system for everybody watching at home is that it has 2 different skills for initiative. If you know the fight is coming and you set an ambush, you're rolling cool to see if you can hold it together long enough for the enemy to get into position. And you'll be and if they're surprised, or if you're surprised in combat at the beginning, you'll be rolling vigilance, as if you've noticed something's out of place just before the ambush or the attack happened. You can actually get the jump on people. So that's how the system works. So those 2 skills are quite fun to have. And they are vigilance, because they didn't expect this attack. They were expecting to fight off from behind and in front, and... No, you guys wouldn't know that, so never mind. Oh yeah, okay, so here is Stormtrooper Group 1, which is the ones closest to you guys, who rolled a 2.3. They rolled really well for their dice pool. And Group Dos rolled a... These are the welders. The one with the plasma cutter in the back. Rolled a 1.2. All right. Time for the first firefight of the campaign. We are planning this to be...
And it's on land.
Probably like a 3-shot, maybe a little bit more. We don't know how fast the plot will move. You never know how long a door is going to take to open.
I usually assume at least 2 sessions per door.
So, let's go ahead and open this door. Can you put the stormtroopers on there as well?
Yes, we'll do.
Thanks. No worries.
Yeah, do it.
Natiri, what were you thinking?
I thought we were prepped for this. If I'm gonna be honest, everyone pulled
I
back.
should have
got their
thrown you up in
blasters
that
out.
vent. You would have been better up there.
Oh, mamma mia!
As you're having this conversation, blaster bolts are raining through the doorway. Now, the way Star Wars, this system works is that it is not just 6-second turns, but it is an ongoing back and forth, and your roll represents what happens within that like whole minute of combat, right? So there's a fight,
okay.
you guys are having this conversation back, and it's fine. That means you can actually have these conversations. You're having this conversation. I should have thrown you in that vent. You dip back as 2 more blaster bolts pass by your head as you lean out and return. Do you guys have weapons?
I've got a grenade out.
Okay.
I thought it'd be smart.
Cool. No, you do you, man. You do you. All right. So Corey, and hopefully we can start using character names because we all have to get these in our heads as we're learning new ones. But Osh, you are the first to react. What do you do?
All right. I
Little
have
Osh.
my E5. I see. Is there one that is aiming directly at Natiri right now already? 'Cause they got some-
There are 2 who were firing outside and have now turned their direct attention straight at Tiri, the ones closest. The other 2 seem to be hell-bent on what they're working on right now.
All right. So I use true aim with my E5 and try to hit the one directly in front. So this guy, this set there. I
Okay.
have medium range, what range are we at right now?
I will say you guys are at medium range right now. They're pretty far out there, and the ones in the back are just on the outside of long range. For you, because you're way back here. This is a long hallway. This is kind of the length of the ship. It kind of runs through the whole thing.
That is so. Yeah, I've got my E5 using true aim. So that'd be medium difficulty.
So I've
Actually
got
showing.
a cheat sheet for you guys because I know how it is with the difficulties. So if you can look at the cheat sheet that I put, it's these circles. I will mark it for you right here. You're at medium range, so it's going to be 2 purples as the base difficulty. Those guys are not in cover. You managed to surprise them, and there's not a lot of cover in this hallway. You guys are actually in the only cover that's in this hallway.
So one of my weapon qualities is inaccurate 1. I'm not
Take a
sure.
setback per level of inaccurate. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Your weapon is generally not very accurate. If you ever get an accurate 1 weapon, I think it's called, you'll get a boost die, but this is, yeah.
And because I'm shooting between Zach and Neytiri, is it close enough to be an upgrade, or?
I will say it's not close enough to be an upgrade, but take a setback just because you have to take the extra moment to make sure you're not going to hit one of them.
Okay.
I will say they're not blocking this big door that much.
Right, so no despair on this.
I won't give you a red for that one. That's normally if they're engaged with somebody. So if you ever firing at an enemy and one of your friends are engaged with them, they're sword fighting or punching each other. There will definitely be a red upgrade, as they are in the middle of fighting each other. They're mixed together, meaning you might hit your friend.
So I get 1 failure. God, my roll was so. I get 1 failure and 2 threat.
Okay, so your action is to fire. What's your weapon?
An E5.
Oh, you got an E5.
Yeah, E5 blaster carbine.
So you all, in that moment of just shock for a second, this carbine comes up and you start firing away. Do you move anywhere as you're firing? The fire is inaccurate and you're not hitting your target. Did you have any threat too?
I had 2 threat. So 1 failure, 2 threat.
All right. So for 2 threats, for 2 threats, you've managed to give one of the stormtroopers motivation, and for 2 threat, they're going to get a free maneuver, and they are a minion group, so they're going to move together. And you guys don't need to know exactly what that means. If it does come up, I'll explain it, but it's just a way for me to manage characters. And what they're going to do is they're actually going to. One of them's going to use his maneuver to take his right hand, and he's going to grab some equipment from his belt. He's going to pull out a frag grenade.
Oh, God.
Brilliant.
He's copying.
What have I done?
So one's firing your guys' direction, trying to keep you suppressed in the doorway, while the other one is readying a frag.
Oh, I can't believe I've done this.
Okay. So you're going to do, you said you're going to do maneuvers or nothing? You're not moving?
Well, my maneuver was true aim, so even with true aim, I missed.
All right. Now,
So
fun rule that I wasn't aware of because my players are pack rats in our long-term game is if you are under half of your total encumbrance, you get your second maneuver for free.
Total base encumbrance is important, that it's before you get any bonuses from statistics or anything like that. It's literally under half the encumbrance that your race starts with.
So
it's a really small number.
I don't.
Okay, so you wouldn't have that then. So the way this works, everybody at home, you get 2 maneuvers. One of them is for free. Normally, because you're carrying a lot of gear, you have to burn a little strain. You got to burn some of that energy that you've got in the fight to get that second maneuver. If you still want to take your action, so you get 1 free maneuver, you get 1 action, which is an attack action, or you want to do something complicated, or do you want to give complicated orders, or use one of your skills. Those are all probably going to be actions, and then you can get a second maneuver. So you can move twice as far if you want to do like a dash and run really far. Or you can use that extra maneuver to aim your weapon, which we'll talk about with you guys as you're figuring out what you want to do for your first combat. So, all right. So that's going to be your turn then, unless you want to use the second maneuver, burn some strain.
I just want to use the second maneuver to cry a little bit.
I'll allow that for an incidental, which is something that doesn't cost you anything. As an incidental, you weep. You all hear Osh just whispery. Wait, is it a whisper or do you telepathically do
it
this?
together, man?
It sounds like some gurgling, like a clogged sink almost.
Awesome. I love it.
Can we hear that, or is that in our brain at this point?
Yeah.
'Cause-
It's a little bit of column A, little column B.
Can someone shut that dude up?
All right, Neytiri, you're up.
God, I'm so limited because I've only gone and blown the bloody doors open, and I've only got an iron pike. So,
Wait, you don't have a gun?
no.
You better pick
Completely
one.
worst. Completely. Wait a minute.
Grenade?
What did you fly in with? What vehicle again? I'm sorry. I'm gonna get these down.
I flew in with an X-wing.
I love it. And you had a pike with you.
Yes.
So
Clearly.
it is canon now. You have a telescopic pike that like unfolds because there's no other way I could see that happening.
Oh yeah, true.
So, all right.
Just noticed Saren at the back of the room rubbing his forehead slowly.
Lovely.
Can I offer him my grenade that I pulled out?
Sure.
Or her, sorry.
You pulled it out before the door opened, and you're right next to it, engaged range. I would allow that as an incidental.
Listen, I don't know. You want this grenade? Or are you gonna go poke him in the eye?
I look at oh god, what is his bloody name? Sorry,
Zachary.
Zachary.
On his character.
You can mouse over them as well too. And
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There you go. And like bug-eyed, as I grab the grenade out of your sweaty little palm.
That's gonna cost you, sweetheart.
And can I throw the grenade through the corridor?
I believe you can. Let me see if there's a max range on grenades, because the other characters that I have that use them have all kinds of perks. So, let's see. Max. Does it have a range limitation? Like, what does it say for the grenade stats? Whoever's holding a grenade.
Here, I'll look now.
Or was holding the grenade.
It says damage is 8, range is short.
Oh, good. They're at medium range, so you'd have to move in closer to do it. But you could do it. You could do it. You can also... Now, this is something that I allow at my table. If there's something that you want to do, but it requires something else to happen first, like maybe the enemy getting closer or something. I do allow, and this is not normally by the raw, I do allow a held action if you're very specific about what needs to happen for that action to happen off your turn. But that's up to you, because you don't know what they're going to do. They could run through the doorway. They could get that door open in the back and run through that. You don't know what's going to happen, but that's an option. What do you want to do?
Okay, so is there any potential to use stealth to close the gap and then use...
They are so aware of you. That door opened. You were right in the middle with all that threat. You are just silhouetted by nothing but an empty doorway.
You could have went up the vent maybe at the beginning.
Now you're big and you're this
where's the
bright
vent?
pink. There is a vent behind you guys, about 5 feet off the ground.
Oh, damn, you're right. Okay, well...
What do you want to do? You hear that gunfire going on. The ship shakes, not nearly as violently as those first few. Time is ticking.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make a move forward and throw the grenade. I'm at 100%. I can
Awesome.
take this.
Be confident. Be confident. So you, in the blaster fire of this doorway, still standing in the middle, bright. You're like bright pink, right? Like a pinkish purple,
Yeah.
bright pink, right in the middle of the room. Blasters firing. Your companion's next to you is holding a grenade out to you, and you're like, okay, sure, why not? You grab the grenade and you run straight toward the enemies, right down the blaster fire shots into the open hallway. At this point, you get close enough and you lob it. Go ahead and roll for an attack. Short range attack. It is a light range skill.
Okay, so what is that for skill or
So
what am I pulling out?
So it will be, the difficulty is it's short range with a ranged weapon. You're going to
so
be
that's one difficulty.
one difficulty, so one purple. And then you're going to roll with your skill of light ranged. Yeah, that's what all the throwing weapons are. They're all light ranged.
Skill of light ranged. Oh, in combat skills. Sorry.
I imagine
okay, so
you put your
It's
crowbar
probably
away.
not good.
So
Ay.
because you pulled the grenade out, he was able to just take that from you. It's normally a maneuver to dig stuff out of your gear, unless you have something special that lets you pull
Yeah.
it out as an incidental. But you had it ready, so all he had to do was be like, boop, I grab that and run.
I'm just gonna screw it up.
So I'm gonna roll it. Oh.
How's the roll?
No.
Okay, no. Oh, so grenades are cool. I see you got a failure on that. You didn't get enough success. But you got a lot of advantage. And one of the things, and I have to look it up real quick, one of the things that grenades get is something called blast. And I think you got enough, where basically you could miss the throw and still trigger blast as long as you got enough advantage to hit someone with the explosion.
Yeah, I think that's grenade dependent as well. Which grenade
I'm looking
was
here. It was a
And what level blast does it have?
regular frag grenade.
Last 6.
Okay. On a miss,
damage 8, blast 6.
on a miss, you can spend 3 advantage, and all characters engaged with your target still take damage.
Ah.
So, and it is the rank of blast. You said it was blast 6?
Yeah.
All right. It doesn't say it's all characters engaged with your target. So I'm gonna say, does that count the original target?
I don't see how it
Couldn't, yeah.
couldn't. It doesn't. It's a grenade, and that from a
I don't remember. Okay.
this story presented, that makes no sense that the grenade goes off and doesn't hit.
Yeah, for sure. So you have
It's
triggered.
engaged only.
It has to be, and with the hallway being what it is, there's no cover in here. It is a shrapnel frag grenade. This grenade, as you run into the blaster fire and chuck this thing, it blink, 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 rolls past your initial target and detonates, doing 6 damage, which is, I forgot what their armor's at. Okay. And it rolls a little bit farther away than you were hoping as it detonates and sprays shrapnel towards the both of them. You notice that there's a little bit, from where the shrapnel hit and embedded into the laminate armor, there's a little bit across their entire right-hand side of these small little wounds of pieces of metal. It didn't manage to blast them too far or kill them, but there's definitely it took a little bit of damage.
Oh no.
But they're still up.
Oh no. Am I able to use a second maneuver?
You
strain?
you can use 2 strain, unless your encumbrance is really low. You can use 2 strain, and you can use another maneuver to move wherever you want, or do whatever you want.
Am I able to make a maneuver to move back beyond the door, back where Zachary Slaughter is? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's in range. Sure. So as you throw this and it goes off, you spin right around as you see the stormtroopers in the smoke, kind of like walking towards you out of the smoke. Blaster still firing, now slightly covered in blood on one side. Nope, and you run right back where you came from and dive behind. Now you're back in cover.
Well
Oh my
done.
God.
Seriously, well done. You missed with a grenade.
Honestly, that went better than I expected.
Are they going to make us repair the ship?
Oh man.
Oh my god.
All right, make sure you counted that 2 strain.
Yeah, there's 2 off there.
Great job. Bolt the door open, run in, throw a grenade, miss. Now you're
Well,
next
I
to me.
don't
Can you
see
move to the other side
you
of the
doing
door, please?
anything.
That was my grenade.
Am I still able to make that move? Look, I've done all the work here. You broke the bloody door, and then I opened it, and then
Jesus.
threw the grenade myself.
Can we please
Alright.
focus on the one shooting us?
As the rounds continue to pour through the doorway and you guys are having this conversation back and forth, Zachary, you are in cover, but you're keeping an eye on them, right? Like you would be firing back. You have a weapon on you?
Does that mean I can pull out a blaster pistol as a free move?
You would
It
have
is a military. Actually, it's a military pouch pouch. I don't know. if
military
that counts.
bell pouch, if only if the blaster fits in it. I don't know if a blaster would fit in it, but you guys knew the door was
It's a
going to
small
open,
holdout blaster.
and you would have known to pull your weapon out
Yeah, it's a
before the
blaster
door
pistol.
opened. So I will say the weapon is
Okay.
already out. But remember that next time. Make sure you're like, and I pull my weapon, because that
Yeah,
matters in
well,
combat.
To be fair, I pulled the frag grenade out, so I don't think I'd be holding the blaster pistol as well.
They are going to shoot. I said that they were in, the ones in the back were at long range to you guys at the door, so the ones closer would be at medium range to the rest of you. So did you pull your weapon?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll pull it, and then I will.
Well,
take a
not your
shot.
turn just yet. I'm just asking where
sorry,
you're
sorry,
at.
sorry.
You're at. Okay, because
Yeah.
it's Stormtrooper's turn at
My
this point.
mistake.
No worries. All right, so your weapon is out, and as you're having this conversation, the way this works is if you're there's kind of a back and forth with the fire. You guys are firing back and forth. If your weapon is out, blasting away at each other, Stormtroopers are going to see you in cover, and you've got good cover. So I'm going to give you 2 setbacks, but they are going to shoot at you.
Please no.
So with that cover, two Stormtroopers are rolling a yellow and 2 greens. But it is considered, it'd be medium range for you guys, because you're at the doorway. So that's going to be 2 purples. Just want to double check. We've been playing some D&D, so now I got to get back in the Star Wars mode. Yep. All right. Rolling now. Let's see how it goes. So they're Blaster rifles are aimed down at you. And... ouch. Okay, man. A lot of blanks. A lot of blanks on the difficulty die.
Ugh.
You take... not very many successes, though. They hit you as they both focus their fire on you as you lean out for another blast backwards. You take 9 damage.
Oof, okay.
From a series of blaster shots. Blaster rifles are no joke.
Remember to reduce it by your soak as well, Eck.
Yeah, minus your soak.
Yes, thank you.
Don't forget your soak. And with that, they wiped on. Actually, no, they didn't. They're going to take 1 strain as they're pushing through the smoke of the grenade blast from the threat they got. So they're starting to push forward, and they're actually going to use their maneuver to start closing the gap in your guys' direction. They're not going to move all the way up. They're only going to move about half because they're medium range at first, so now they're at short range. They are not going to expend 2 maneuvers, but they're going to do what stormtroopers do. Be aggressive and take out the target. So they're pushing forward. Man, they're rolling. Their damage. Stormtroopers are no joke. That brings us to Saren. They're closing in. You saw that grenade go off and your 2 companions having this conversation back and forth. What are you doing?
With a quick glance around at his companions, seeing the shots come firing in through the door straight into Zachary, he's going to make his maneuver across just behind the 2 in order to take a shot at the closest stormtrooper. His unusual looking blaster pistol.
All right. Taking a shot at the 2 closest. So...
well, the closest one of the 2. I suppose it's a minion group, isn't it? So it doesn't really matter.
yeah, and it's always this big back and forth. So you know the difficulty. They have no cover at this point. They haven't gotten that close.
I don't know. What was the difficulty? Sorry, I've forgotten.
You're moving up forward to short range, is what you said. So kind of lined up with the rest of your team.
Yeah.
So at short range, it'd be 1 purple.
It's a good thing none of them were holding grenades.
They have to get closer for that.
Okay, so that's a success with 2 extra.
So close on the triumph there.
Yeah, denied.
And that's when the GM forgets that he had one of the stormtroopers prep a grenade.
Not enough to activate, because I would need to activate firing with the second weapon, correct?
No, you upgrade the roll to dual wield.
Okay, so I'll do that next time around then.
Yeah, you make it one more.
Done the dice roll. Yep.
Then it does base damage.
So I can add 2 damage to my base damage, so that is 8 damage with a pierce of 2.
With a pierce of 2. All right, so pierce goes through soak, so it's going to go through some of that laminate armor. As you walk around with this strange-looking pistol, you see these 2 kind of bickering back and forth as you levy the pistol out towards one of them and immediately with a blast drop one of the stormtroopers.
What was that thing?
Yeah, damn. Wish I was that cool.
He drops. The other one looks over and he looks down. Did you have any advantage?
No, it got cancelled out by threat.
Okay. He looks down and he sees the grenade in the dude's hand. Not armed, but rolling out into the hallway in front of him. Because it was in that guy's hand. So, is there anything else you want to do for a second maneuver? Or you don't?
I would, yes. I'd like to spend a strain to move. Ooh, that's not how you spend strain. That's how you reset your counter. Whereabouts would this grenade be?
It would have rolled just a few feet, like in front of the other stormtrooper as he's coming out of the smoke. His buddy gets gunned down by you, and he just drops it. So it would be just a couple of feet from him on
Would
the
you say
left-hand
I'm
side.
in movement range?
Of the grenade?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in short range of you, for sure. You can do it in one maneuver.
Okay. I'd like to move out there, and then as an incidental, pick up his grenade, hold it in the face of the man in front of me, and say, "Time to run, friend." And
Okay.
if you'll allow me to try and do an intimidation check, perhaps on him. No, it's not called intimidation, isn't it? We've been playing too much.
You'd have to
D&D
use your.
recently.
You'd have to have used your action for that one.
Yeah, I need my
Yeah,
action for that
and I
one.
think
No worries.
picking up the weapon from the ground, because you'd have to niggle down to get it, would be a maneuver for that. So you'd use a maneuver to get out there, and you can get right in his
Okay.
face, but
won't
you
let
wouldn't.
me
You wouldn't be
grab
able to
as an
grab it.
saddle. Okay.
Yeah,
In which case, I don't think standing in front of him is a great plan. I'll
because
stand on the
kneeling
other
is a
side of
whole
the corridor.
maneuver as well.
Yeah.
Which you guys can do to get a boost. You can aim. You can go prone. You can do all that and get boosts for it. So if that's something you're ever wanting to do. Okay, so you run over to cover on the other side. Gotcha. I like it. I like it. But yeah, you need your action to do an intimidation check at that point. All right, so that's gonna be that stormtrooper. Oh, you didn't put can somebody put the other stormtrooper group on there at a 1.2? Oh, is that what the engineers are?
That's what the engineers are, yeah.
Cool. Gotcha. Never mind then. Never mind.
Yeah,
All right.
just to define them as the pack that was working on the door rather than the pack that was alert.
The ones that are welding back there. Gotcha. So Zachary, one of the stormtroopers is down. You've seen your the man that you've just met, right? This kind of grayish hair slams his back against the wall for cover as a little bit of steam billows out from the top of this ornate pistol that he's got. He's gonna glance at each other. What are you gonna do?
Well, I look approvingly, and then I think I will lie down because I've been injured and I want to avoid any fire as much as possible. And I will take a shot at the close stormtrooper with my blaster pistol.
Okay. So you use a maneuver to drop prone, or do you kneel?
I'm gonna go prone.
Full prone. All right. So you drop prone. Aim with your blaster pistol. Now, there is another maneuver that you guys can use. I'm going to introduce you guys to these as we go. It's called aim. You can use a maneuver to aim down your sights and gain another boost. Now, you've already used a maneuver to lay down, which is going to give you a boost, but you could stack another one, but you'd have to blow some strain on it.
How does stun work? Because I'd like to stun one of these guys so we can talk to them later if there's time.
How does stun work? So
I've got a stun sitting on my pistol.
You can, and I do it as an incidental. You can flick with your thumb over to the stun setting of the weapon, and that will it'll make it do strain damage basically.
Okay.
And
I'm just gonna fire regularly then.
Okay. All right.
So I guess I'll aim as well because I'm kind of still hidden behind that. I guess it's kind of just like my head and my shoulder poked out from the bottom of that door. So I'll aim as well, then I'll fire.
Okay, so take 2 strain to aim, and take 2 boosts, 1 for being prone and 1 for aiming.
Okay, let's see. So it's gunnery light, or ranged light. So 1, 2, and then, oops.
And what weapon is this? This is a holdout blaster, right?
It's actually just a regular blaster pistol.
Okay, regular. Gotcha.
Yep. So what will the difficulty? Is this an easy difficulty?
This would be short range, so you guys can check the cheat sheet, the circular ones. It should be 1 difficulty, yes, though. So.
Okay. Okay. Oops.
As hard charging at you like stormtroopers do. Doesn't even seem to blink as the other stormtrooper goes down.
I failed it. Or I didn't fail. I didn't. I didn't pass it. So I've got 2 advantage, and that's it. Worst roll ever.
You got 2 advantage. Oh man, the rolls.
4 advantage. My mistake.
You guys are getting.
Be real creative with 4 advantage, though.
Yeah, you can get very
you can't
creative.
Succeed in what you did, what you wanted to do, but you can be real creative.
Can I hit that grenade that's at his feet?
For 4 advantage?
Yeah.
3 advantages of the triumph.
3 advantage is basically a triumph. That's how we normally play it, and 4 advantage is pretty up there. All right.
Okay.
And the here's what happens. So
we're pretty close to it.
We're pretty close to it. So you're firing wildly, and in a moment of kind of panic, and first you're like, I can do that, and you kind of reach out, and you've been beat up a bit. You fire off a few rounds, and those wounds are starting to get to you, and your hand kind of wobbles a bit. And as it does, you spray a few more blaster rounds towards the ground, and you manage to kick the grenade up into the air. It flings up into the air and bounces all the way back towards those other 2 stormtroopers, and it's got a little bit of a glowing side where one of the blaster bolts managed to clip it. And it rotates in towards the back of these 2 over here. You see one of them glance back, and he looks towards you guys and completely turns around, noticing the firefight over there. Nothing happens.
Oh, no. Well, I kind of mucked that one up, boys.
See,
Let's avoid that all the way for now.
at least I managed to do something.
Yeah, I'm
So-
bleeding half to death because you screwed me over.
A grenade goes off as this other stormtrooper starts running towards you, and boom, throws the one stormtrooper that started to make his way near you into the wall, which bounces off, and you can see the helmet actually slide across the floor into the open
nice.
space. You're not 100% sure if the helmet's empty.
Oh, Jesus.
How much damage does the grenades do? I know it's enough to kill 1, but I'm not sure if it's enough to kill
It
2.
does 8 damage.
Okay. All right. It was only close enough to hit the 1.
Okay.
All right. That leaves us with back at... Oh, it's the engineer's turn, which just kind of got wrecked as this guy has now been completely detonated. The one that's plasma cutting through the door. You're going to see his hand go up to his helmet. And you're going to see his head kind of bob for a second. And he looks back at you guys, and he looks back at the door. And then he's going to give up what he's doing. He's going to drop the plasma torch on the ground. And use his maneuver. And then he's going to sacrifice his action for a free maneuver because it's the only way they're going to get it. And he's going to run out of your line of sight.
Oh, is that door open, or is there something we don't see?
That door is open because you've seen blaster bolts randomly go
Right.
through it.
Right.
And that's going to be his turn. Remember, you have no idea what's going on in that hangar, so don't rely on information that you see there. That may not be what's happening as players. You only know what's in front of you as characters. That brings us to Osh. Osh, what are you doing?
All right, seeing we only have the one stormtrooper facing us down, and that all of us except for Saren have let down the group in huge ways, Osh re-steadies his carbine and does another true aim maneuver and tries to shoot that guy again.
All right. Go ahead and roll for the attack.
Same as before. Okay, so that is 1 success and 1 threat.
1 success and 1 threat. Okay, you hit. Man, somebody rolled a success. I was getting worried about you guys. How much damage did you do?
So it's damage 9 plus the 1 success, I think. So 10. I usually don't do shooty things, so I forget how this works.
I'll try new stuff.
So yeah, damage 9 plus 1 success.
All right, and you don't have any pierce or anything on your weapon?
No.
Okay.
Inaccurate and stun step.
So you unload with that pistol lying on the ground, and as you do, you see that he's taking aim and he's starting to fire down towards you this time, and you actually have to. You're going to lose the benefit of your aim maneuver for the next round because you have to roll out of the way as you see him spray a line right where you were. You take one more shot, and this time, boom, you hit him right in the helmet, and it flies off. The second shot goes into kind of his lower abdomen, and you can see blood gouting out of it and splattering onto the deck, and it actually slows him down for a second. He's looking really rough. He's got 1 health point left, but he's still up.
This goes against all my instincts as a doctor.
Traitor.
Atiri, you're up.
Alrighty. So,
You should probably pick up a blaster so I don't have to hand you grenades from now
well,
on.
I don't know how. Where is one?
Just take
Nice
out
to see at least one of you can hit something. And in his left hand, he's going to hold out a blaster pistol.
Can I pick one up? Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course you can.
Can I- That's actually a really good idea. I've got backpack. Can I pick one up?
You can maneuver to move to one, and then maneuver to grab it, to kneel down and grab it. You could try to
there's
go
still one
wrestle it out of that stormtrooper's hand if you want.
Charlie, it's one hurt guy, and you spec into melee for a reason. Live your best.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm done with being bullied in my life. I'm gonna use a maneuver to pull out my my iron pike, and then I'm gonna use. What?
No, you're good.
Yeah,
You're good.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna use 2 strain to go and stab the bugger.
All right. So you having just run back. Oh, sorry. Yeah, grab you. You having just seen your ally put a few rounds into him, and there's an opening. You reach back, sprint toward him, grabbing your pike out, and roll for an attack as you get close. And you can see his face. His helmet is gone. And the shock of normally people don't charge the stormtroopers. It's the other way around.
All right. So attack. What one does that fall into? Sorry. Oh,
I'll even give
melee.
you a boost because he just sees this, like, you kind of got that 80s vibe, big hair, very bright colors, just tear-assing toward him after just taking a hit. So take a boost for just the fact that he is stunned right now.
So that's melee, right, for combat skills?
That's melee. Yep,
Or-
melee for combat
Yeah,
skills.
okay.
And now the melee difficulties are different than the ranged ones, and they're written down in the bottom. Everything dealing with being engaged, meaning being at a range where you can reach out and touch somebody with your hand, means that you're in engaged range. And so for you, this is a melee versus ranged. Melee versus range. So you actually take, it's 2 purples and another boost because he's got a rifle in his hands. Not the greatest melee weapon.
Okay, so and then an extra boost as you foretold. And then
At the mighty GM foretold.
Getting back into the swing of things.
so all right, so that's 2. Sorry, just to clarify, 2 difficulty, 2 boost, and then my brawl.
Yep.
My melee, sorry.
Your,
Okay, cool.
your melee skill, yeah.
Yeah.
Brawl would be your hand-to-hand.
Yeah. Okay, well,
To pulverize it.
It's a hit with 1 threat.
so yeah, 3 success, 2 advantage, and 3 threat. Well, no, it'd be 1 threat, wouldn't it? Sorry.
This is the last thing this guy sees. Describe the scene for us.
I run in, charging, like this man's last vision is like this 80s styled Zeltron charging in with a spear, like some sort of Thundercat, you know. And without any hesitation, the iron pike slips through his armor like a hot knife through butter. Bless him. So, and almost reaching to the other, poking out to the other side of his armor. As I'm like roaring with nothing but like a blood curdling scream.
Oh, I love it. Stabbing out, cutting right through. It doesn't even seem to slow the pike down as he... Just a second of him holding there, looking out at you. And then his hands go limp. His weapon clatters to the floor at your feet. And the last thing he sees is you pull the pike back and he drops. Lifeless on the ground.
Looking over at Zachary,
Beautiful.
the only other person he's seen actually hit anything thus far. Saren raises an eyebrow and just says, primitive. But
Well, this is why we're
effective."
starfighter pilots.
Zach didn't hit anyone.
How does he fit that in there, even?
It extends.
Do I take 2 off my strain as well, right?
You don't, did you, for what?
I did. I pulled out my weapon and then charged.
You pulled out your weapon and you charge, and that, you take 2 off your strain if you use another maneuver. If you got any extra advantage for that, you guys get to choose how you kind of spend that. Within reason of how much advantage you have, you can also recover strain with it.
Unfortunately, I ended up with one threat.
One threat? All right. In the mad rush out there, that was pretty scary, and it took all of your muscles to carve through that laminate. So go ahead and take an extra point of strength.
Oh, mamma mia.
That's going to be that one threat. Okay. So one threat, a lot of times, it's a quicker way for the GM to be like, take one strain for what you just tried. Unless he's being extra creative that day. I can only do so much. So, you guys hear the sounds of a firefight continuing. The shots seem to be getting a little bit, they're a little frantic. There is the sound of a repeating weapon going off every once in a while. And the sound of metal scraping.
I turn and look back at the others in panic, as I'm the only one in this corridor, and everyone's still holding back in the first room. Guys,
are we in structured time still?
You guys, I will say, yeah, I say you guys are still in structured time. So as you look back and glance back at everyone and see what they're doing, let's go to the next part of the orders. So that brings us to the dead stormtroopers. So they're gone. Saren, you're up.
Hang on, just deleting the stormtroopers from the list.
Yep, no worries. Appreciate you managing that for me.
No worries. And you got no sight on that last stormtrooper, right? We just saw him peg it out the room, and that was it.
Right. You saw him peg it out the room. You saw him talking to, or move his helmet and put his hand up to his ear, and then he just took off out the room.
Well then, we know what to do to the hangars. And moving out, he's going to come up to the edge of the door, pistol still raised.
All right, I'll say that's your short-range maneuver to get to the door and kind of slip into cover. As you run up to the door and glance around the corner, you see chaos inside this room. The first thing you notice is that stormtrooper who ran in has kind of just disappeared. He's run a bit farther. You see there's an ongoing firefight between a surviving rebel guard on the left-hand side. You see a Rodian, the Rodian that you all know as Trash, running back towards one of the X-Wings as he kind of tries to dive behind it. Also, and he totally dived behind it. That's actually not there because there wouldn't be two X-Wings. You also see hang on. We got to keep consistent. A box that was being cleaned up at one point. It's been knocked off the railings. But you also see a variety of new ships in the hangar since last time you were here. You see two of what used to be A-Wings at the far end of the hangar that have been completely just crushed and pushed out of the way. One of which has a TIE dropship. Kind of looks like the TIE bomber, but one of the hatches is wide open on one of the sides, and you can see a number of road seats inside that seem to be empty. A series of stormtroopers, you can see boots from underneath the Y-Wing, as from where you're standing, you can kind of get a glance, running about. It's chaos. There's a few fires going from the engines and the crushed bits of those two A-Wings. You also notice that there's a U-Wing with a bunch of boxes that have fallen over, and it looks like it's cattywampus on one side, just slightly off angle.
It's a shame because it's got a big old gun in there.
It is not that far over, so the gun, if it's, it would still be there. You would know that. And you know what? Would you have left your doors open?
I would have left the bottom door open because they were doing maintenance on it.
Okay. I'm going... Go ahead and, if you'd like, to flip a destiny point to say that all the doors are wide open, you can.
Okay.
That's kind of one of the cool things about the Destiny Point system. So, but that's what you see. Chaos. There's about a squad of stormtroopers and a couple of crushed, destroyed Y-Wings in the middle of it all.
God damn it, Trask. Did the fire and the shooting and the crashing of ships not suggest you might want to be out of there by this point?
Listen, he's doing his best. He really is.
Are you coming over to him?
He would never leave Veronica all alone.
Oh, poor Trash. Let me get him back up. Oh, he has totally dived underneath the wing.
It's canon.
Okay, and then I will spend a strain and use another maneuver to... Oh, God. No, I won't.
Do a front flip.
To do a front flip and then position myself carefully on that wall.
Just like Christopher Lee.
I'm going to charge forward into the room behind this hover sled here.
All right, so it looks like it's got one of the A-Wing's engines actually on board it. It's got a few of the fuel tubes are running back. Looks like they were trying to attempt a couple of engine tests on it. You can actually smell some of the fuel coming off of it as you run in and kind of slide in behind. So you're taking cover there.
Taking cover there and calling back to the companions. We have no time for this. Push up. Stay in cover. And I need to double check something quickly.
No worries.
I am going to take the field commander action.
All right.
So as I shout back to people to push up and move forwards, this is a leadership action, which will allow you to suffer 1 strain to perform a free maneuver outside of your turn.
You'll be able to do it right now if you want to do it. So you hear him give this order and kind of yell back at you guys, and he seems to be... He seems to have this commanding voice to him that kind of wakes you up from whatever you were thinking about through the firefight and the fear. It cuts through all of that. Do you listen and do you take the 1 strain?
I do.
We'll have to roll for it first. Hang on.
Oh, he's got to succeed at it.
I've actually got to succeed at that roll.
This is one of his talents for his specialization.
And I succeed with 1 threat. And if I was to propose something, maybe someone hears me.
Okay. Oh, I like it. I like it. So, glancing back at you is the same engineer that you had seen run through the door, and you can tell by his tool belt, his energy pack that was tied to the plasma cutter that he had. You notice that he's been, as you ran out here and you took cover, the first thing that you noticed is that somebody was throwing him a pack, like a small satchel, and he's just caught it. And as you yell out this command, he immediately turns around towards you and goes for his scout blaster in his other hand. He's got his proper rifle slinged at the moment. So he hears you, and he's looking right at you.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. That's a good spent. You guys can recommend interesting ideas for the threat to be spent. I don't mind that at all. All right. That's going to be your turn, and you rolled and you succeeded. So, what are you guys doing with your free maneuver, if you want to take, or your 1 strain maneuver?
How far up can I get from here?
Okay, so Osh.
Yep.
Osh can get, I would say, just past the doorway.
All right.
For free maneuver. We'll say that's about short range. Okay. And then Zachary, where do you want to try to go? You can't go all the way through a wall, but you could get up to the doorway and actually be able to glance out at it. If you want to go that far. I'd say you can get about there, all the way up to the doorway.
Sorry, I forgot I had push talk on. I was also lying down, though, so...
Okay, so your free maneuver would be getting up.
Okay.
Yeah, so you use your free maneuver to stand up.
Actually, I'm just going to move up next to Zachary while he's getting up.
Okay.
Just put a hand on my shoulder.
Nightiri, what are you doing?
Can I make a maneuver up to the control deck? Right. How can I ping? Oh no, it's
tab.
What's the ping button?
It is tab.
Tab. Here. Is that possible with that maneuver?
I
have to go through a door.
You're already kind of up to the door. I will say, yeah, I'll say you can make it all the way up there. Okay. And let me make this clear for people at home. Unlike other tabletop, this range system is supposed to be more narrative, so don't think too much about like, oh, are those ranges exactly the same? Nothing on here is to scale. It's just a way for us to reference, and it's a way for me to be like, yeah, you can make that. Nah, it's probably a little out of your range. That is always the GM's call. And normally, a lot of people say don't even use tables, but I really enjoy having a battle map. I think it brings something fun to it. So sometimes we will, and sometimes we won't.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you guys are enjoying it, the map. All right, so you run out and whip around the corner, and you run up behind. You don't have a chance to like dive in, but you run up behind this control panel. Glancing down at it, what's your mechanic or computer skill? What's your highest?
My mechanic or computer. Computers is 2 green, and mechanics is 2 green. They're both the same.
Okay, all right. You see on this control panel, there seems to be a joystick and a bunch of buttons. You have no idea what they do.
Okay. Is that my turn over anyway? Yeah.
That's not a turn. That was just a free maneuver for. That was a one-strain maneuver for that.
That was my leadership thing, making you able to move on your outside of your turn.
Very cool talent. All right, so that's going to be that. Everybody's moved, right? Or used their maneuver. So that brings us to Zach. What are you doing?
Is it my turn again? Because my maneuver was just standing up.
That was just a maneuver. That wasn't a turn.
I'm going to try to. I do have good mechanical skills, so I'm going to try to get behind that next to Natiri.
Okay. So you go Holland.
2 full movements.
For that, I'll say you're getting really close. But I'll say it's a short range maneuver.
Okay.
So you managed to run over there right next to
yeah. So I'm gonna roll a. I'm just seeing if I've got anything that will help me here. Speaks binary, but there's no droids.
So what is your mechanic skill? Or computers, whatever your highest is?
My mechanics is 2. Yeah, so I get 2 yellows and a green.
2 yellows and a green. All right. As you run around the corner and you see these, none of these buttons are marked because this is Star Wars and 70s future tech. They don't believe in labeling their buttons, as we've seen. So you glance down and you immediately recognize this is the cargo lift system for this hangar. And you see this round disc on an arm on a series of tracks in the roof. And you just glance up and notice this and look down and this controls the magnetic grapple that they use to move cargo containers.
Okay. Is it able to move freely throughout the hangar, or does it have anything loaded on it right now?
It has nothing loaded on it right now. And for your reference, I will... Sure. I will spawn this, because I don't know what else to use. And this will be a reference of, like, the center of it, okay? And it's about the size of one of these, like, squares on the ground. It's a circle, though. It's a rounded disc that's in the roof. And it's located about right there. It's fully retracted into the roof. And it has nothing in it right now.
And it can move freely around the entire hangar, picking up things?
It can move anywhere in the hangar up to where the blue force field doors are. Because it can't obviously go outside the doors. And it won't go behind the control panel because that's kind of where the hangar ends.
Is it magnetic or is it a claw?
It's actually a magnetic grabber. So it's just a flat disc with a giant magnet at the end of it.
Do stormtroopers have anything magnetic in their... I guess besides their weapons. Where's the E-web? Is it... Oh, I guess I can't see it yet.
TIE bomber seems a little magnetic, or the TIE landing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was also going to think about piloting that inside the hangar.
I would say when you guys get in here, you can't see all of the stormtroopers all the way on the other side.
Just their feet,
so much.
or...
Yeah, and where you're at now, it'd be rough to be able to see them. You'd have to do a perception check. But you definitely hear the fire of a... And now that you're in here, everybody who's in this room knows it's a light repeating blaster. It's a heavy weapon being carried by a soldier, so it's not like a full E-web. Because that's a proper gunnery weapon.
So I'm not gonna do anything with the computer this turn. Can I crouch, take cover, and fire with my remaining turn then action, or my remaining movement then action? Is that how that works?
You have one maneuver left. If you want to blow your second maneuver, it'll cost you 2 more strain. If you guys empty your strain to -1, if you go beyond 0, you will take a crit and pass out.
Okay.
So bear that in mind.
In that case, I'm just gonna bide my time then.
You can take an action and fire if you're in range of anyone.
Yeah, I could probably... I'm wondering if the nacelle of this Y-wing would be in the way, but I'll try to take a pot shot at this stormtrooper over here.
Okay. So you're firing around kind of this... He's not trying to duck for cover from you, so I will say you can try the shot. Take 2 setbacks, though, as the nacelle is in the way. And you're kind of like leaning out, trying not to reveal yourself and putting a few rounds around that Y-wing nacelle, it's gonna be tough. So 2 setbacks on the roll.
So that's at medium range, would you say?
For him, I'd say he's just in short range for you.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just in short.
Okay. Oh, it's challenge. So I failed. Oh no, so I actually passed that. I had 2 successes, 2 failures, and then everything else canceled out.
All right, nice. So how much damage did you do? And now every success that you have uncanceled equals 1 extra damage point. I don't know if I explained that already, so make sure you add that to it.
I had +1 success, and my base damage is 6, so it'd
Just
be 7 in
7
total.
damage total. All right. So 2. Okay. So he was unhurt. You notice that his armor seems to absorb the first couple of rounds. One of them, you managed to hit him just in the shoulder, which kind of spins him so you get an angle at the rest, about half of his chest from that side of the Y-wing. And you put 2 more into him, and one of them hits the sweet spot and manages to kind of bore a hole through. And you can see him grip. And did you have threat or advantage?
I think it was neutral.
It was
Let me just
neutral.
double check.
Okay, yeah. I had a threat,
Actually, no, I had... yeah, it was neutral, sorry.
Okay, no, you're right. So he grabs his chest, but it doesn't seem like he took that much damage. It's like the laminate absorbed a bit of it. So he's bloodied, but he's not KO'd yet. You also notice he's carrying a scout pistol in one hand and a satchel in the other. As he's now, you kind of get an angle at it. You can actually see him as you hit him a few times. All right, so that puts us at the engineer's turn. And then if I could get another stormtrooper group in the initiative order, we're going to put them at the bottom of this round, now that you guys have entered the fray. And these guys are going to be Stormtrooper Squad 1 and Squad Leader.
Roger that.
So quite the fight here.
Are our friendly characters moving as well?
What's the question? Are they moving as well? Yes, please put them
yeah.
in as well. And give me a second to roll there.
If we wanted to speak to them, it would be an actual action, right? Like if we wanted to try to encourage them to do something, that would be some sort of skill check.
Not necessarily. It depends on what you want them to do. If you're giving them detailed instructions on something you want them to do, that might cost you an action.
Okay.
If it's like a full-on command, go do this thing, here's all the details. If it's like, piss off, that doesn't require a roll if you think they're amenable to it. And I'll let you know as they are, they do what they think is. All right, so let me, they don't need a difficulty. Eep! Roll that on my thing. Ugh, okay. 0.1 on the friendlies, so we're going to put them at the bottom. There's no way. So they'll do their turn at the very bottom.
Is it like the 3 of them sort of act in unison?
Yeah, I'm gonna just to keep the initiative order a
Just to
little
save
bit
time,
easier. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna put them as one initiative roll. So okay, Stormtrooper 1. There is one other Stormtrooper actually, which is the original engineers, and they're gonna go first. The engineer, he's going to.
And this was the guy with the package and the scout blaster, if I remember rightly.
Right. He's right here. So now that he's got his package,
That's not our business.
He's going to.
Lunch is sorted. What next?
He's going to find that landing gear, the closest cover that he can, and he's going to run over to it and dive into cover. It's not great cover, but he's diving into the closest thing that he can as he's just taking a few hits. He's kind of panicked. And he's going to take a few shots with that scout pistol at Saren. So short range. You're behind cover.
I've got a quick question. Do the one of my abilities gives me +2 wound threshold. Will that be automatically added within the program, or is that
Yeah.
something that I would have? Okay.
Yeah, that would have been automatically added. So you should be good.
Okay, cool.
When you have like armor and stuff, it'll also automatically update your defense and soaks
Okay, cool.
attributes as well. So make sure to check those when you switch clothes.
As he runs over to this cover and he starts popping off rounds. He doesn't lean down or anything as he can't use the maneuver for it. But he does start firing off rounds with the Scout Blaster as he's running toward you, Saren. And he ends up completely whiffing it, but you have to dive out of the way of some of the fire, and it removes your cover bonus. You got a little bit of an advantage, but he didn't get the hit.
You okay?
So you no longer get your cover bonuses. He's kind of chased you out of it. And you notice he grips that wound once again. So he's kind of hurting. Okay, so rest of the stormtroopers are going to... You hear that muffled voice of a stormtrooper through his mask. Move up and clear the hangar. As these two move forward, this one's going to run around. This one's going to run up here and kind of go with him. This guy is just gonna, and this is the one that's actually firing because they're working as a minion group. So basically they get one attack as an entire group. He's gonna be the one that just unloads, and he's going to be firing at the one target that didn't duck down, and is really the most obvious one, which is gonna be Tiri. You're noticeable in even this firefight with that the bright colors and outfit, and he's gonna just open up with this DLT-19. He's got the backpack on, and it's just... So that's going to be other stormtrooper group. Oh, man. Stormtroopers are deadly in groups. And as a minion group, they roll a higher dice pool for every minion they have. I'm going to... They are firing through the Y-Wing, and I said there was 2 setbacks for that for you, so there's going to be setbacks for him as well. As he's kind of just raining rounds over there, but kind of between where you're standing up and where the Y-Wing is landed. So it's going to be a rough shot. I'm actually going to give him a 3rd setback because it's not a very big gap that he's just raining rounds into. Oh, the difficulty for this is medium range. So 2 purples. So 2 purples, 3 setbacks, and his actual skill. I'm missing a dice for. And... that is... Oh, man. Okay. Light Repeating Blaster does a base damage of 11. That's 12 damage as he thunders rounds in your direction. The Y-Wing, by the way, eats more than half of these shots. Pinging off every direction. That poor Y-Wing, one of your guys' Y-Wings is just eating the rounds left and right. He's going to do 12 damage to you.
I messed up, guys. I Dunny picked up a blaster from the corridor, did I? So now I've managed to get myself into the hangar with a melee bloody item, haven't I?
Please tell me your character is saying this as you're getting just slammed by blaster bolts, and as the fire stops and the wounds are bleeding, it dawns on you in this moment where there's so much damage that your body has taken that you don't even feel the pain anymore, and you just start talking about the rifle that you should have picked up.
Damn it, man.
From the other side of the room, would you even know how to use it?
I think my accuracy would be piss poor, actually, yeah, but...
So it's 12 damage minus your soak. Are you still up? That's a lot of damage.
Well, me?
Yeah.
Wait, how much damage did I take? Sorry?
You took 12 damage. Did I say 12 or 13? Now I gotta count it up.
12 minus your soak.
What?
Yeah, 12 minus your soak. As a...
Oh my god, I'm nearly dead. I've got 2.
You got 2 left.
You're nearly knocked out. You don't just immediately die.
You're not completely out, but you've taken a ton of damage. You all see as Natiri gets lit up with blaster fire from this heavy weapon. These stormtroopers are not messing around. They are out for blood, and they're trying to kill everyone in this hangar. without mercy. You can see she's blasted backwards all the way up to the back wall from some of those rounds as she tries to dive into cover. And that's what their advantage is going to be used for. They're going to actually push you back even farther from that cover to the back wall.
I didn't crouch. No.
And you hit the wall. So yeah, you were kind of just standing back there in the open as the most noticeable. As the most noticeable. So, sorry, man, but it's kind of what the dice, and they rolled really well. But you know, you all know that thing is a threat, and it is firing a wave of bolts. All right, that's going to be the Stormtrooper squad. The leader is going to... He's going to walk behind the dropship. And you're going to lose sight of him. So right now, you don't know where he is. So don't kind of ignore that this token is here. You don't know where he's at. As he's walked off, you could see kind of some boots moving around now. You know, not a lot else.
Whose turn is it? Sorry? Oh, it's Corey's, isn't it?
I believe. Oh, Friendly's turn. Friendly's turn.
Okay. Sorry.
What you guys see, Maria. I gotta roll a cool check for her. You see Maria. She has a holdout blaster in her hand. She's got her wrench in the other, like she was working just as this happened, and you see her just start to shake at the firefight going on, seeing the damage taken, the two pilots that she knew dead in the front of the hangar. She drops the welder and backs off into the back corner here, and you can see her just kind of crouch down and put her hands over her head. She's kind of broken from the firefight. She's never seen anything like this. As for Trass, you wonder if it's bravery or stupidity as he pulls his weapon out, still like diving underneath the X-Wing, and begins to fire back. With this pistol, he'll take a shot at those two that are fairly close. Let's say they're just about in range and they don't have any cover. He is not an amazing shot. That should be an... he is prone, though, so he gets a boost. I'll even say he uses maneuver to aim. So...
Oh my god. I've got a genius idea.
Surrender?
No, please. Am I allowed to talk about it now?
Yeah, you can. Go for it. You guys are allowed to be a little tactical, but you know, you guys should be talking back and forth in the battle as the firefight is happening. This isn't like D&D. You can do that.
Like in character, though, I'd say would be the best recommendation. Like try and say it as your character would, rather than as you, the player. You know.
All right, perfect. Right, lads, Anosh, I wanna lunge my iron pike right into this thing.
Why don't we just shoot that farther away?
Good idea. That's all on you, Zachary.
Oh my god, he rolled so well. He only rolled 2 greens. Trash just killed one of the stormtroopers with an aim shot to the head. He rolled with a blaster pistol. He managed to outdo their soak, and he rolled nothing but successes on his roll, so he upped the damage, and managed to actually take one of them out.
Look, if you guys want, I'm happy to leave the party, and we'll let Trash just join. Clearly,
jeez. Nothing but success on all the boost and the greens. And he's only rolling 2 greens, and he got nothing but blanks on the purples. All right, so the Rhodian in panic, and then in a moment, fires off a couple of rounds, and sure enough, right in the back of the head, Stormtrooper drops down, and I got him, guys, I got him! He yells out towards you guys, totally giving his position away for the rest of the Stormtroopers.
Congratulations on your recent successes.
Maybe we should offer him a place on the mission. Seems more capable.
The other guard pushes him aside and is just like, get to cover, and starts firing and actually misses every shot. He's actually got skills.
What the professionals handle this?
Oh, man. All right, so that's all the friendlies. Osh, you're up.
All right. Would it be one maneuver for me as well to get into this cluster of incompetence?
You are in the hallway? Right?
Yes.
Yeah. I will say yes. As you sprint up, you can get up there with one maneuver. Sure.
All right. I go slightly in front, and with a second maneuver, I'm going to crouch under the console table, crucially.
All right, second maneuver, you grab some cover. Gotcha. Make you a little bit smaller here.
With my actual action, I heal. This is a tough. I go for slaughter. I perform a medicine action on medicine check on slaughter.
Okay, so you glance at your two companions right here. One bleeding profusely. I mean, they're both wounded, but you choose one.
Oh, okay.
And you notice this. Starts beginning to bandage up Slaughter, which... How bad are you looking before the bandaging? We also need to know, like, what percentage so we can get a difficulty. Zach.
I think you push to talk, push to talk.
Yep, stop muting yourself.
I think he's already dead.
Let's waste his job.
Wait.
It's the reason you got a muted space emote, all right?
None of that now.
You know.
That gets used more on your channel than mine.
It's true. Because we all notice it. We're like, where is he? Is he there? And did he drop out? Ah, he dropped out.
He's forgotten.
All right, well, this is the perfect time. You guys good for a little break? Grab some new fresh beverages, and we'll get back into it?
Sure.
Cool. All right, everybody, we'll be back in about... Everybody good with 5 minutes?
Sounds good to me.
All right, 5-minute break, everyone, and then we'll be back to find out if they survive their very first combat encounter.
Spoiler, we don't.
See you in a bit. I didn't have any break music ready, so I'm going to do that right now. All right, guys, I'll be right back. This is why you always have your break music ready. We'll be right back. Oh my god, stream. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mute myself. Oh my god, stream. What was that? That was rough. That was rough. They took a beating. My fridge is like right here. It's easy for me to reload. Oh, they're taking a beating, but it's fun. It's fun. I mean, the game itself is brutal when it comes to difficulty and how fast engagements go. I mean, many of them don't have but 15 health, and one player took like, what was that, 12 damage? 12 damage on a single attack with one of those repeating blasters, but Stormtroopers are no joke, especially in an early campaign. And especially when you don't have any cover and you're not getting any of those things to knock that damage back. Woo! I hope they survive. That would be rough. Oh, man. Luck wasn't on their side. Yeah, the rolls have been really... It's the will of the dice, right? They've been... The Stormtroopers been rolling particularly good. And the players, even though they've got, you know, the skills, they're feeling it. They're feeling it, so... But I hope you all are enjoying the stream. I wanted to say thank you to everyone who has dropped a donation. Sorry I can't respond to those in the moment. I hope you understand. B-Jeebs, I totally saw that $100 donation. Holy crap, thank you so much. I hope you guys are really enjoying this. I'm looking forward to watching all of this finally. Oh, thank you. Oh, man. Yeah, I've been wanting to do this for a while. So. Oh, well, thank you so much for that major donation. Fisher, thank you for the 5 earlier. Glad to see this is back. Loved Edge of the Empire series. Looking forward to watching this too. Yeah. Yeah, and we've got, like, there's an arc to this one that, you know, we're planning, like, maybe 4 or 5 episodes at the most. It seems like that might actually be what happens because we're moving a bit slower, and it always is that way when you're GMing. Moving a bit slower than you expect, but it's actually really fun. I'm enjoying the characters. They're very different. Yeah, Zeltron with the female Spike, Zeltron with a pike. It's a spy and a massive crowbar. The mechanics tools. I don't know why. Like, which one has mechanics tools? And she had mechanics tools. Like, oh, well, you've got them. Hey, Alberto, thank you for the 20. Finally, new Star Wars RPG series. Keep it up. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Hey, Control Alt Defeat. Control, you started this. So Control's in chat. He just donated $2 about a minute ago. He's the one that introduced me to playing Star Wars Tabletop. I was in his game first, and I was so blown away by the idea that we had any option I could think of the GM could riff off of and play off of. And suddenly it was like all of those limitations you have when you're playing like a PC game or a console game or any game are gone. You can do anything you can imagine, and that is mind-blowing. That is mind-blowing to me, and that got me. I was hooked. That was it. So, yeah, here's what's kind of like, this is the big problem for them. And I play these characters, you know, the world space runs as like they have a goal. They're trying to kill you, and they're not going to hold back. Now get creative, and I think the players are kind of figuring that out. But this heavy weapon, I think, is going to be their biggest problem because it pumps out 11 base damage, meaning it will always do a minimum of 12 damage. It's scary. It's scary. That's almost the health of a single character without their soak. But we'll see what happens. I mean, they might. Who knows? Maybe Trask will get lucky and pop a few. I didn't even show you guys. Sorry. Let me pull this up. So here's the guy. I'm so bad. Here's the guy that's giving him all the trouble, right? It's the heavy gunner. It does a minimum of 12 damage, and that's kind of what they're in the middle of right now. It's rough. But they gotta get creative. They'll figure it out. They're learning. We got new players here, with some weird new characters. But all right, we're back on break. Let me go back to the break screen. We're gonna give people the wrong idea. So, oh, I know. I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. Fisher, though, thank you for the other 5 you donated. Charlie, thank you for the 2. Shell Shock, thank you for the 2 earlier, way earlier when we first started. And Dakota, thank you for the 5 earlier. I really appreciate the support while we're doing this. Awesome. All right, probably got about 2 minutes left for break. Right back. All right, so we're just still waiting for everybody to get back before we get back into it. How are you guys enjoying the stream? You enjoying the tabletop so far? I was a little hesitant to bring it to the channel I really wanted to play this, but I wasn't so sure if it would be fun to watch. And I'm absolutely having a blast. This is everything I dreamed of. This is great. These characters are ridiculous and quite cool, actually. Like, their dynamic, I think, is going to be real interesting. If they survive, we shall see. Let's see what chat comes up with. Dude, I am loving this. Oh, excellent. Wait, I didn't grab a weapon. It was at her feet, and she didn't grab it. Didn't grab it. Ugh, that is not the chill music I was expecting. Pretty fun, I'm loving it. Oh, there's chat caught up. I'm surprised nobody's died yet. Yeah, nobody's taken a crit yet. It's close though. I think we've got some characters that are like on death's door, or at least about to go down. I think it's that kind of close. There's maybe 2 or 3 points of health left on some of them, so they better start thinking outside the box. They're getting a handle on it though. Should have used a destiny point to grab the gun. It's true. That's something they could do. And I did mention that. I might bring it back up and reinforce the idea that those destiny points are a thing, and that's kind of a reason to use it when you're like, I forgot to do the thing. Flip a destiny point. As long as you have them available, they're kind of great for that forgetful, waiting for the boss music to start playing. You don't know. You don't know. This is what could happen. I'm about to GM my own campaign in a week, and I can't wait. Oh, congratulations, Christopher. It's definitely it's a fun experience. I recommend everybody GM at least once, even if you've got a GM for your group. Like, just see, hey, can I slot in for one round or for a different game for a one shot? It'll make you a better player, I think. It's really fun. It's really fun. Come up with your own lore. All right, I think the guys are back, so we're gonna go ahead and switch back to the battle. And let's get that music going.
Starts to
all right, guys, are we back?
Dynamic between them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you can insult your friends and pretend that you're not actually doing it because it's in character.
It was part of my character. No, let's not go down that route. All right, get the music going. So where are we?
Back, right?
Oh, they can't hear me. Hey, okay, we are back.
Well.
I was muted. Check that time. So, back on the game screen, we are back into the action. What initiative were we on? We left off.
It was my turn. I was in the middle of healing
me.
and
Okay.
justified by Zach and not Charlie. Or it was Zach and not Neytiri.
Right.
So I feel like she'd just die regardless.
That's what your characters, that was the calculation in his head, that like you're just gonna die anyways, so I'm gonna heal the other one.
No, he's the Zachary's the bigger target right now, and if I heal him a bit, he's more likely to survive another
And
barrage
a gun.
and that leaves me more free to deal with Neytiri in the future.
But you don't express any of this to your other party members.
If they decide they want to.
I mean, there's already going to be some group dynamic issues after this. Like it's unavoidable, I think.
Well, go ahead and roll for your medical check as you're trying to patch him up and patch those blaster wounds up.
So my health is 7 out of 15 right now.
Right, that's average then.
Now, Zach, you haven't had a medical check, have you, within this encounter?
No.
Okay, because you can only have one per encounter.
I did Neytiri before we got to structured time. I don't know if you're counting that as the same encounter when we were running down the hall.
This is the same encounter, yeah.
Okay, so
We're still in that same encounter. Okay, so you wouldn't
So-
be able to notice. So the bandages are still there.
I can still do like stim pack and stuff, right?
Oh
on
yeah,
those
for sure.
people?
Yeah, you can slam a stim pack into somebody and get the healing from that. No
Or I
problem.
could if I had stim packs, which apparently I don't. But my medical. Yes, this is an accurate.
There's the roll.
All right, 1, 2. So you heal 3 wounds and 3 strain.
Thank you very much. I feel so much better.
That's not a bad
Thank
heal.
you.
Yeah, thanks for the help, Osh.
I helped you earlier, remember?
Listen, you don't even have a gun. Just get on the floor and try to survive.
All right, that's my turn.
That's your turn. All right, so you ran in here and did a little bit of bandaging, stopped some of the bleeding. That brings us to Naitiri.
Terry, please stay down.
I am gonna. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to stim pack, obviously, because I'm on 2. So I'm able to use that as one maneuver and then strain for another.
So do you have a one of those pouches, those military pouches that somebody mentioned earlier?
Good question.
As part of your
Let me
equipment?
have a quick look.
It's one of the-
my equipment isn't on this page, is it?
All right, so they're really cheap. So I'm gonna say, because I recommended you guys have one. I will say
I'm
you
pretty
have
s-
it,
yeah.
and it's on your belt. Because I recommended it, but I know character creation, and with new characters, it's hard to kind of wrap your brain around what's up. I actually flip a destiny point for me to say that you did remember to grab that off of your ship. That you totally had one. So what you do is you reach over here to the destiny points. You have light side and dark. You guys can flip light side by putting your mouse over it and hit F. All right, so that's just a little. The force was with you. It reminded you to grab that maybe. And so you do have. So you have this pouch that only very small objects can fit into, and I think only one of them can fit. And it allows you to incidentally pull one object out without using a maneuver, and that will be the one stem pack you've got in there.
Okay.
So you pull that out. It doesn't cost you a maneuver. It will cost you a maneuver to inject it.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use the maneuver to inject the stim pack.
Okay. Change the music up here. All right, so you go ahead and do that. Stem pack. Wasted, help me out here. What's the stem pack heal for?
5 initially.
5. So
And
the
then
next
down
one
from
you
there.
use will be 4. And
4, okay.
mark 1 stem pack, because the more drugs you pump into yourself, the less effective they're going to be. In this case, stem packs. So all right, you just healed for 5, and
Do
you
they give a
used that
strain?
stem pack. What?
Do stim packs give a strain to use them as well, or am I thinking of something else?
No, they don't give a strain.
I'm thinking of stim application. Never mind.
That's one of your fancy abilities.
Am I able to use a potential maneuver to stealth? Up to this area, to the TIE interceptor. I think it is.
As you glance
TIE advance.
up there, what you see up there. Remember how I said this isn't an exact representation? What you actually see up there when you glance up there is a bunch of boxes. I will say where you're at right now, through the boxes, you do see what looks like a black panel up there in between a lot of the cargo boxes. You don't see a full ship, just a little bit of like a weird black panel and a kind of a cluster of cargo containers stacked on top of each other. If you wanted to run up there, you could use another maneuver. You'd have to blow 2 strain to do it, though, because you just use 1 to inject yourself. Or so if you want to do stealth, it's going to cost you an action to get out of line of sight of everyone. I will allow, because you can't be seen while you're not going to poof. There's no cloaking device that you've got. I'm saying there isn't one, but you don't have one. So you could use an action while running up those stairs to see if you can stay low and change positions from behind this cover to up there without being seen. I would allow that as an action. A maneuver to move, action to stealth.
Okay. So I'm at risk of being fired at if I go up.
If you fail the stealth, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's let me go ahead and do it. Let me go ahead and do it. It's more effective.
Now,
than
I will
pulling down.
say, when you glance up there, the boxes that are covering, it's a whole storage like level up there. There are so many boxes that you could easily, you wouldn't be able to see the enemy anymore, but you could run up there and just, you'd be out of line of sight. They wouldn't be able to see you. It'd be like running back into the hallway. So effectively, they wouldn't know exactly where you are, but they would have known that you ran up there if you don't try to use your stealth skill.
Yeah, I have a plan. I just don't know if it'll actually execute, and it's not fair for me to just tell you my plan and see if it can work.
I will tell you guys, and I know this is our first game. As I will run the NPCs as a GM, I will run them as they make their decisions that make sense for those characters. I'm not here to beat you guys. It's not like a competitive back and forth in that way. And that means they're trying to obviously clear this landing area of anyone that's a threat, and that would be you guys. So keep that in mind. So you can tell me what your plan is if you want. And I can tell you what the skills are needed to try to get up there and accomplish it.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do it. Let's stealth up to the up the ladders. Let's do it.
All right. Go ahead and roll a stealth for me. Just roll your stealth skill, no difficulty. I'm going to write that down. And I will roll it back here, because you won't know if you've been noticed unless somebody screams your name. Or starts firing at you. Then you'd really know.
All right, so there's that.
When you're bleeding out on the stairs, that'll be the real indicator.
Okay, so success and 3 advantage.
Success and 3 advantage. And you were ducked down behind the desk, right?
I got knocked down on my ass behind the control deck, yeah.
Okay. So ducking down. What's that?
Did you roll difficulty, Charlie?
No, he didn't need to. I told him not to.
No.
Right. So, because he doesn't know what the difficulty would be. For who would potentially see him. So, you duck down, you kind of glance over with the firefight, and you hear some of your allies and some of the friendlies in the area, including your Rhodian companion, fire off a few rounds, and you hear him cheer, and that's your moment. Maybe that'll distract them long enough as you bolt as fast as you can up the stairs, trying to stay low and fast and trying not to make too much noise in the middle of this firefight, hoping that you don't get noticed. So you had a 1.3 on that. Good to know. As you run up to the top of the stairs, you see these cargo containers stacked up. And as you get a little bit up and around the first batch of them, you lean through a crack and you see this bizarre-looking TIE fighter. It doesn't have this, as a pilot for the Rebellion, you've been trained to recognize interceptors with the stabbing-like wings that face forward. You've been able to recognize the obvious flat symbol of the Empire that is the TIE, the actual TIE LN, the normal TIE fighter, with its large wings, but that would never fit in this hangar. This is a strange one, as you squeeze by a couple of the boxes, now having lost sight of the firefight below, and kind of up and near and around this. I'll say it's one maneuver to get up there, and you've used your action. Anything else you want to do?
I believe I've exhausted my options, including 2 strain. And that's all of my advantage soaked up too, so I guess I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm done for the move.
If you'd like, you can spin the advantage if you had an idea for it, or I'll just use it for the stealth roll. If there's a tie on success, like if somebody that would have potentially seen you run up there, or if you try something that might reveal you, I will roll a vigilance check on those NPCs against the stealth roll you just did. That's how I normally do it. So that advantage...
I could use now.
You could use now, but you won't have it if it's a tie on success.
Okay.
That's how I run it.
I guess. So what's my what can I use for the advantage? Can I check the tie? I'm assuming tie advanced. I'm able to check to see if there's an opportunity to enter the vehicle.
All right. I will say pushing your way beyond some of the boxes in the back and moving behind it, you notice that there is a series of small steps that have been set up in the back to walk up to the top, but you also notice that the hatch is definitely closed. It may be locked, You know, it's a piece of war tech that war fighting tech that is in this hangar and obviously been hidden behind these boxes. So you can guess that it's most likely locked. But you do see a way to get on top of it, and you could check if you wanted to go up there and look. I will say with the ladder and using 3 advantage, because 3 advantage is expensive. I will say getting up on top of it, it is locked, and to open it would probably require a hard slicing or mechanics check with the right tools.
Yeah, okay. I guess that is the end of my turn then.
Okay. From on top of it, you can actually get a little bit of a glance below and actually see down into the firefight. Nobody seems to be noticing you just yet, or at least you're not the immediate threat, not having a ranged weapon. They haven't seen you pop your head up, but you do have kind of a sight of the fight from above. Okay. And when you do that, you see a TIE fighter fly past the outside of the hangar.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, there you go. Thank you.
All right, so that's going to be your turn. Saren, what are you doing?
Glancing up at the X-Wing in front of me, is the cockpit open or closed?
Who parked in the back right-hand corner in the X-Wing?
That would have been Charlie, I think.
So
yeah, that X-Wing's fine.
That's the X-Wing.
So that was Natiri's X-Wing?
Yep.
All right. Did you leave the cockpit open or closed?
Wow. Security conscious isn't it, Terry?
I mean, I got out. I never specifically said I closed it, but it's up to whether or not that little...
The mechanic dived into it, didn't he? He left it open.
Okay.
He's that kind of guy. He's that kind of jerk.
Taking a quick glance around, he's going to make a run for the cockpit of the X-Wing.
All right.
He's going to use his ability. That is Seclin. He's no use.
As you're running up to this, I'm sorry, Natiri, how much advantage did you say you had? 1?
I had 3 advantage and 1 success. What from that
uncancelled 3. Oh, sorry. I don't know why my brain was like you only had 1. So when you get up there, you see a data pad, a few diagnostic tools plugged into it, and you see the hatch is open in a jar on that TIE TIE Advanced.
Oh, okay.
Because 3 advantage for us is getting like triumph territory.
It's almost triumph.
Yeah,
it's not
and you need to
quite a
get
triumph,
something
but
for
it's
that.
close.
It's pretty close. 4 would pretty much you're kind of getting over that hump. So I would say, yeah, somebody was doing something up here, and you even hear the sound of. It sounds like someone might be up there hiding up there.
Oh boy. Okay. Interesting.
So you don't in the boxes, and it's like a little forest of boxes up there, of crates and containers of all kinds of gear and equipment for this hangar. But all right, sorry. So Saren, you run over to the cockpit. It is open.
Over the cockpit, looking around, and with a familiarity that shows that this man's been around a fighter or two before. He bangs his hand on the side, grips on, and flips himself in using the Let's Ride ability. Once per round, may mount or dismount a vehicle as an incidental.
All right. So with it with just a deftness of grabbing it, throwing himself into the cockpit in a moment. He's done this before. What do you do?
Looking down, what state do I find the ship in? Is it powered up in any way?
Your incidental to get into the craft is normally kind of indicative of how skilled you are as a pilot. I just dropped
So
my
it's
dice.
flicking switches and
yeah, it's getting
as
in.
I hop in, everything's getting.
Yep, getting turned on and getting you're bringing up the reactor online. You don't have any maneuvers left, so you can't actually like move the craft.
Well, I haven't spent a strain yet.
You used 2 maneuvers? Oh, you only used 1 maneuver,
I only used
right?
1.
Because your piloting
one's an
ability.
incidental.
All right, yeah. So you jumped into it. You still have a maneuver, and you are now in an X-wing.
Clicking the switches, slamming down on the cockpit shut button. He's going to use a maneuver
Starts
to
the ship.
bring the X-Wing slowly hovering and the guns round to bear on the squad of stormtroopers around whatever this interesting looking canister is with a flammable symbol on it next to the X-Wing and the...
You hear a voice just in your head, trepidation. Dude, the Y-Wing.
Okay. What do? You start turning the ship, bringing its kind of landing thrusters online. Those anti-gravity thrusters that it's got that gets it floating there just off the deck. It starts to kick up, and you all feel this blast of wind come out from underneath it as it's disrupting the airflow underneath the vessel as it starts to turn and its engines start to whine up.
Twinges slightly, this strange, not even a voice, but a feeling in his head of trepidation. And as he feels so, he turns a little bit more towards Red DLT 19 Stormtrooper and unleashes fire with the weapon systems.
All right, so you're shooting it at the DLT, the trooper himself. Okay, so he is a silhouette 1. Is a human silhouette 1?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the little guys are silhouette 0.
Yeah, because the little one, Manny's a silhouette 0 in our other game. So, getting back into it. So that's going to choose your difficulty. So it's fighter combat and vehicles are way different than normal ground combat. In the way that it's not about the range to the target, and he's definitely in range. He is within spitting distance. So it's about the size of the target versus the vehicle you're in. What is the silhouette of an X-Wing? And I'll give you your difficulty.
If I remember correctly, but we should have a card about the table telling us.
Yeah, somebody had those stats already because they were flying one. You would tell me what your silhouette is?
You should have it.
It's a 3.
Silhouette 3, yep.
Versus a silhouette 1, so it's a 2 difference.
Silhouette 1.
Or target 1 larger. Firing at a vessel or target that is 2 points larger than the ship. It's going to be a hard difficulty roll for you to hit that gunner who is just laying rounds into your allies in cover over there and slowly making his way forward. He pauses only briefly to let the barrel cool for a second as he winds it back up and just starts laying into that trigger. And then he stops and he turns over towards you and sees the X-Wing wings open up. They have to fire. And the targeting system starts to lock onto this one dude.
Okay.
Now, I need you to do this for me. Did you already roll?
No, I haven't yet. And can I propose I throw a setback in for unfamiliarity with ship systems?
Throw a setback in. That's actually a great reason to put a setback. Yeah, throw a setback in there for unfamiliarity with this particular cockpit. And I'm going to say upgrade to a red with a despair, meaning that you hit the ship behind it.
Mm-hmm. So that seems about right, given there's so much stuff around nearby.
All right. So
Okay.
give us a roll. I get to do the thing.
Okay, that is...
Triumph.
Well, yeah, it's a triumph, but it's also a flat wash as far as success is concerned. So...
Oh. Okay.
Hang on. I'm thinking about something. Because Mr. Saren is a natural pilot, and once per session may re-roll any piloting or gunnery check.
Does he have anything that removes setbacks? On piloting or gunnery
not
checks?
Not that I've seen. No,
Okay.
I was checking for them.
A lot of the pilot trees have it, but not all of them.
Do have it, but this mine apparently not.
This would have been one of those moments where that particular talent that I know a lot of players complain about, that would have been amazing, because that would have been a hit. But you have a reroll? Once per session?
Yeah, I have a once per session reroll.
If this is what you want to use it for. If you want to reroll it, it's a flat reroll, and you have to take the next one.
Okay, I'm not. I'm gonna roll with it. It is as it lies. And
Oh.
I'm gonna request that with my triumph there, even though I'm not gonna be able to hit this DLT Stormtrooper, the blast of fire coming around him, literally an X-Wing has just taken off and opened up with some starship level weaponry, slamming into the deck either side. has caused the guy to panic. And he's no longer going to sit there and just sit with his DLT opening fire. He's going to turn and try and find somewhere with a bit more cover than that.
All right. I'm digging it. I like it. So as he's firing and he can't hear nothing but that DLT going to town until he glances over and sees this X-Wing. And just as he does, he lets off the trigger and the wings open and they start firing away, absolutely decimating the box and crates behind it, knocking them boom, boom, over and over as they just split and splinter into pieces. A few of them just fly out towards the main door where the force field is and out into space as they just start to spin slowly. The DLT trooper drops his weapon and dives to the ground to get away from the fire. So he is shaken, prone. With that, it's a triumph. It's a pretty big deal. I'll say he's pretty shaken and he's prone, and his weapon is on the ground right now as he's just literally throwing himself out of the way of the rounds and into the cover of the dropship that's right next to him. At this point, I will say, do you have any advantage?
1 second, I can't remember.
Let's see. We were so focused on the triumph.
Yeah, it was all about
Actually,
that.
you've got
I
a
think
threat.
I've got a threat, yeah.
All right. I will say go ahead and have a system strain of 1 as you begin to... You barely got it operational, and there was not quite enough power for all of the KX-10s on board. And it stresses him out.
Whoever's X-Wing that is.
Great. Hey, no worries, pal. Cheers.
It hit the U-wing in the back.
Gotta make sure the mechanic survives now.
Oh, it's amazing. Shooting off the X-Wing indoors. And that's going to be your turn. Zachary, what are you doing?
All right, I'm going to reapproach the panel. I've already evaluated it with my skill. Am I close enough that I don't think I actually moved away from it.
You were still there. Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
It's just there wasn't enough space back here.
I'd like to move the magnet over to the Y-wing and use that to try to drag it against these 3 troopers. One's underneath it or next to it, and the other 2 are right next to it. So I'd like to kind of whip the craft against them if I can.
So you can move this, and this is a fairly large metal disc. You can move this kind of like you're moving your own character, and you haven't moved. You said you were getting behind this cover, and then you were
I was already there. Yeah,
you're already there. So you haven't used any maneuvers. So where would you like to move it in the first movement?
Over to the Y-wing.
Over to the Y-wing, like right here at the front of the Y-wing.
Yeah.
Like right about there?
Yep.
Okay. So you grab on the controls, power them up, and it starts moving over. With the fire of the X-Wing's blasters, they don't notice this. There's no way. They're pure panic mode right now. Okay, and then what do you want to do?
Will it cost 1 move to grapple it, or 1 move to grapple then move it a second time? So
it depends on what you want to do, but if you want to just turn it on here and then try to lower it, I would say that whole thing would be a action. You're not dealing with like a cargo box that's not moving. You've got troopers that are running about, because this is all happening at one time, right? So you'd have to do a mechanics check, I would say, at a set difficulty. Knowing they haven't noticed it, though, and they're kind of running up against the Y-wing for cover, probably won't be that hard.
Okay. So yeah, like I'm trying to grab the Y-wing and like literally move it into them.
Like whack them with
over. It? Yeah.
Oh, I love it. All right. So you begin to lower it a bit and engage the magnet as the Y-wing starts to rock a little bit. Go ahead and give me a mechanics check. I'm going to say this is what this tool is kind of for, moving large metal parts. And you're using it to do exactly that. So it's going to be an easy check. But you're trying to hit stormtroopers with it. So actually, oh man, a weird GM moment here. Let's say, I'm going to say 2 setbacks on this check to see.
Okay.
You're having a trouble seeing the stormtroopers. There's a bit of smoke from the A-wings. There's an actual Y-wing in the way. So you're kind of guesstimating where they are based on their boot falls. So go ahead and roll with 2 setbacks.
Okay.
And this is a mechanics check.
Okay, we passed it. We passed it with 1 danger.
So you get
Or
threats.
one threat, sorry.
One threat.
Yeah.
It's all right. You get it. You get it as we go. So you get
Yeah.
1 threat. How much did you pass it by?
We passed it by 2.
All right, because I'm kind of using this as a mechanics attack roll on these guys.
Or sorry, we actually passed it by 3.
By 3, so we'll give it +3 damage. All right. Just like that 1d6 at the beginning of the game, now comes the time where you guys get to do it. Here's a d6 in the hangar.
Okay.
Go ahead. You can keep that when you're done. Roll that. Add 3 to it.
You won yourself a D6 as well.
4.
Best combat ever.
5,
So
6, 7.
7.
7. Excellent. So this, you all hear as it lowers, nobody notices, but as the magnet turns on, this noise comes on and the Y-Wing begins to shake for a second. Then you hit the capacitor on it, which drops all of its energy into the grab. It lifts the Y-Wing up just high enough. So that was 7 damage.
Mm-hmm.
7 impact damage. All right. Was there any advantage on that?
No, there was 1 threat.
One threat. Gotcha. It lifts it high enough that actually manages to knock both of these 2 stormtroopers out into the open in this direction, turning the Y-Wing itself. And you hit them pretty hard as you just kind of lifted and yanked. It doesn't go all the way up and it doesn't attach, but you do manage to like shift this over. With the threat, I will say it scrapes and twists one of the landing gear, and it does 1 hull trauma to the Y-Wing. So whoever has the Y-Wing stats, take 1 damage to that. As you've kind of, it did something it wasn't meant to do, a battering ram, but they do manage to stay up as they kind of fling outwards. You've actually see on one of them, their laminate armor is dented in on the shoulder, and he's got 1 arm that's kind of dangling. He reaches up and grabs it and yanks on it and pulls the arm up the rest of the way, and then goes back to focusing on the fact that they're staring down an X-Wing, because that's going to be the most distracting thing at this point. All right. I'm going to guess that's your turn.
Yeah. So that damaged 2 of them, was it? Or all 3 near it?
I will say it damaged these 2. This guy kind of off, and the way it turned, it would have turned away from him.
Yep.
So he's not going to take any damage, but these 2 definitely.
Cool.
So they both took damage. Not quite enough to kill one of them. All right. So crazy rolls, crazy plans. Zach's done. Engineer.
The dude with the best name.
You see once again he's got his, and I'm gonna name him Engineer. He's got his hand to his helmet, and he gets down into a crouch. And not like a full crouch. He's not kneeling. He's just getting ready, and he starts charging. He's gonna use his maneuver. You think he's coming right for you for a second, and he runs past and takes a hard right and disappears around the wall. In the middle of the firefight, just charges forward. Satchel in hand. That's going to be the engineer's turn. Stormtrooper squad. Maneuver for the squad. They can't move because he's going to stand up. He's their main damage here. They are considered kind of like one big unit as a minion group, but he's going to stand up. It's going to be his maneuver. And these 2 in let's see. I'm going to do a cool check because they're really in a bad spot. Suddenly found themselves in a really, really bad spot. They weren't expecting that X-Wing to come alive. Or somebody to be able to start it so quickly. So this is going to be a discipline roll for them. They're actually quite good at it because they're stormtroopers, and they hold their shit together. They look at each other and they look toward that X-Wing and they take aim at the first shot. Well, one of them calls in on the radio. He's got his hand up to his helmet. The other one takes aim at the fleet trooper. Gonna fire at the target right in front of him that he thinks he can hit. He's no way gonna break that X-Wing. Short range, so less damage. He's not in cover anymore because you took off. You left them high and dry. The only guard left alive in here And, oh yeah, no, Stormtrooper points at E11 and drops that fleet trooper.
Somebody say press.
Trass sees this and flips his shit. We'll see what he does on his turn. That's going to be his turn. The squad leader, he is going to...
After committing his own stone
He
cold.
had dropped his gun, I think.
This is the Stormtrooper. He actually walked behind, and you guys lost sight of him on the last round. This is the leader. This is the squad leader. You guys saw him for a minute, and then he disappeared behind the dropship. He's going to reappear on this side. He's going to use his second maneuver to climb back up and into the dropship. You see him disappear into the small opening on this side. And that's going to have to be his turn. Not going to be able to do anything else just yet. So, friendlies, trash, the mechanic, your guys is basically your pit crew boss, is going to sprint off in this direction. He's going to blow both of his actions to do it. He's going to blow his action to get another maneuver, and he's going to run over to these cargo containers and just kind of dive behind them, and you guys lose sight of him. Having watched that fleet trooper get nailed. Trash, run! All right, that brings us to the top. Osh, and this is round... This should be round... okay, good. Osh, you're up.
All right. So these guys that are scared, the DLT guy that's there, Sergeant's inside his landing craft, and we saw this guy running into the hallway. We lost sight of him.
He just turned the corner. I would say as you kind of glance through, and for the rest of your turn, you kind of have an eye on him. He is sprinting still. And from your angle, you might be able to see just a little bit of him, but he is hauling. You'd have to move around that corner to engage him.
All right. Seeing we've got the situation slightly more handled out here and not wanting to get pinched, I move back into the hallway, do another true sight, or true aim, not true sight.
Okay.
Maneuver.
Make sure you guys are taking that strain that you're burning.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will shoot him or something.
Short range. Your difficulty is 1 purple. Kind of doctor are you?
The kind that super vital organs are. Really?
Oh no! What did you get?
What'd you roll?
My net is 1 advantage.
How would you like to
God,
spend your
it's
1
inaccurate.
advantage? As you run into the back room back here and you fire off your blaster. The rounds ping around the walls off the back wall. You've got 1 advantage to spend. You can recover some strain with it. It is only 1 advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll just recover some strain with this one.
It's, one of the other things you can do is like give a boost die to the next actor who's coming up, next friendly. But
Actually,
in this,
that's probably better. So,
but you'd have to narrate how that works. How do you give them that?
seeing the who's next? Do you only do it to the next person in line, or do you give it to any?
For only 1 advantage, it has to be the next active character.
That'd be Neytiri, so she probably wouldn't be able to see it. So I'll just do the strain for that then.
So you take recover 1 strain as you run around the corner. He is noticed that he's been followed and fired upon, and you do see a little bit of the wounds that he's taken from earlier from the grenade. I believe it was a grenade. So he's got a little bit of blood on that armor, but okay, that's going to be your turn.
Yep.
Now don't forget you do have the destiny point pool that you guys can use to upgrade your rolls.
I didn't think I'd need it.
No, that's fair. That's totally fair. Sometimes the dice, particularly today for you guys. Woo. Neytiri, what are you doing? You ran up the stairs. You pushed your way through some cargo boxes, and you managed to find some kind of Imperial fighter, a very weird TIE fighter, with the hatch open.
Yes, the hatch open with diagnostic tap data pads and possibly someone in the cockpit. So I wanna investigate inside. And see if there's anybody there.
All right. So you make your way up the stairs and pull the hatch open and take a glance inside, and what you see is a human, must be in his, he's 18, maybe 19. He's wearing the same coveralls that the rest of the maintenance crew have been wearing. He looks up and in shock as he sees you poke your head over. Don't hurt me!
Could I instruct the maintenance man / boy to fire within the cockpit? Is that a possibility?
If you would like to, what skill? It would be. What skill are you?
Or she is.
It would be probably leadership in this case. To try to, because he is scared. He is frightened and he's cowering in here. He's never seen anything like this. He's a mechanic. He wanted to help the rebellion, you can tell, and he signed up, but he never thought he'd be on the front lines. And he is straight up just shaking in there. So
okay, I can do leadership. I can do leadership. The way I phrased it, I should have used my womanly wiles to give him an instruction, but I can do leadership.
You can do what you can. I'm just telling you what you see. So if you can make a case for another skill, go for it, please. If you can get creative with one, go for it.
I'll tell him I'll give him a big old smooch if he fires in the cockpit.
And you just want him to fire, like just he can't see anything. There's boxes out there. It's hiding this tie. You just want him to start pulling that trigger.
Oh shit.
Yeah, because remember you couldn't see this TIE fighter from down below unless you were at that one angle.
Yeah. Where's everyone positioned? Okay. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, fire. Just do it. I want to see what happens.
Okay, sure.
Swearing.
I like it. So what did you? No, you're fine. So you tell him that if you start firing the weapons in this thing, you get in a big smooch, and he sees this kind of 80s goddess just opened the hatch on top of this TIE fighter, and in the middle of what he considers the worst moment of his life, she leans over this hatch. He freaks out and sees her, and this is what he hears. Roll a charm check? Sure.
Is that what he hears?
No, that's what I'm telling you. Like, and then he hears what you just said. Yeah.
Oh,
That's
God.
exactly. Roll a charm check then, and let's see what happens. Difficulty on this, he is pretty freaked out. So this is gonna be I'm gonna say this is gonna be an average
Charm
with a setback for sure.
And that advantage I have on the charm, is that just one additional advantage on my roll? Yeah.
Is that one of your talents that gives you a charm advantage? Oh, it's because of the species you are, because you are like their literal description is like 1980s workout gear goddess with big hair. Yeah.
Yep.
I love it. No, that's just you get a boost. You get a boost on all your charm checks.
Oh, okay. So I use a blue die.
Yeah, you get a blue die, but you also get a setback die. And the setback is for the fact that he is listening to a war going on right now on the other side of that glass in those boxes. He can't see it so much, but he can hear it, and it's not helping your cause.
Is there any difficulty on top of that as well?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's going to be an average check. Because you're not asking him to do anything too crazy. You're just asking him to pull a trigger.
Okay. So just two die.
You're asking him to make the weapons go. Yeah, so 2 purples.
Okay. Boom. Alrighty.
If they're cocked,
Oh, nice.
that's fine. That's fine. All right. So what do you got?
I got 2 success, and that's it. 2 success.
I love every part of this. This is amazing. All right.
She strikes again.
So 2 success. No, yeah, 2 success, and that's it. So you successfully get him to fire the weapons, and he looks at you. He's, okay, yeah, no, why not? And he reaches over to the controls, and you notice that he's got it almost powered all the way up. He flicks a couple of switches, and the targeting computer comes on, and he doesn't even bother to look at it. And he just pulls the trigger, and the boxes in front of him just explode. The ones underneath get flung forward and land rippling over the Y-wing below.
I needed that.
Fuck! I ruined everyone's
That's not
plan.
helpful.
So Zachary's the only one in range, so in his head he hears, what was that sound? Did something happen?
Oh, I was gonna use it to batter more people.
Oh,
What are you doing
man.
up there?
I didn't
I had
know.
a weapon on a string.
Is everything okay?
Not really.
Boxes
Excellent.
rain everywhere over the battlefield, the ones that are still there. Without any advantage, and you didn't have an actual like main enemy target, they don't hit anyone specific, but now, yeah.
The fuck. Okay. Oh my, oh guys, I thought this was a good idea.
This was a terrible idea. You should have stuck in the vent.
Is the Y-wing okay?
To be
All right.
honest, it doesn't look okay.
Let's grab a D4 because it is armored, but you did just rain a bunch of heavy equipment on top of it. I'm gonna grab a. I love this so much. You guys have no idea. This is amazing. Here's a D4 for our box bravado right here on the. I'll mark it. Go ahead and do me a favor and roll that. For-
Right. Don't worry, guys. Our luck's about to change. Just watch this.
My fighter's about to change.
And it's a 4. So minus the armor on that damage, and that's the damage the Y-wing takes.
My luck's about to change.
Only one.
Oh man. Oh, it's only 1 because the Y-wing has good armor. Not bad, not bad. So you take 1 damage, which is 500 credits to repair, by the way. Base cost.
500 credits that Neytiri will be paying.
Base cost if you're in a place that likes you. So, and has the right supplies. So there's a few dents, there's a few bangs. There's a really angry astromech that's still in the back of that Y-wing. It looks like he was in a power down mode. His head now whips around, beeping angrily at this box that's now blocking his view toward the aft side of the ship. Okay.
Looks like it landed on him.
So it landed near him. I'll put it over here. There we go. Like on top of the cannons.
First party astromech we've never spoken to before.
Yep. You guys do have astromechs in those rides, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah, honestly, I think I've done a lot of work here, so I think that's my turn down. A good day's job done.
Good day's job. Gotcha. All right, that's gonna bring us to Saren. Having seen cargo crates explode, and suddenly in the battlefield there is this strange-looking TIE fighter revealed to all. You're in your X-wing. Somebody's
Wait, so
X-wing.
just like aim directly at the Y-wing, shoot it, just get it over with.
Looking up at the strange tie, Sarah mutters something under his breath and swings the X-wing high, pointing the nose down, straight down towards the 2 stormtroopers in front of him.
As you
And wishes to give them a very, very welcome greeting.
As you begin to move the X-wing and you start to angle down, you get a better direct view into the landing craft right here. And you notice there's movement inside the piloting section where the glass is. You can see it from the angle you're at now. And you can see the stormtrooper that ran in there has got his hand on the side of an Imperial pilot's shoulder as he's just run inside. Do you
Understood.
you continue
Well,
to paint down? You would notice this
No,
as you're doing.
he does not continue to pan down. glancing and giving a steely glare straight through the window towards that guy, whoever he is, with his hand on the shoulder. Random stormtrooper. He's going to pull the ship up, and as he takes aim to fire, call through. I believe we all have comm links, so there would be a local comms channel of some sort.
You do all have comm links, yes. And I'll say that you do have comm access to each body's.
I mean, I wouldn't be bothered about broadcasting this wide to anyone that could hear, honestly. Don't forget about the one that ran out the back. We don't know about that package, but
I'm on it.
he's clearly got a plan.
I'm shooting at him right now. It's not going well.
And he's gonna open fire again.
All right. What are you firing at?
The TIE landing craft?
Yeah. All right. So the TIE dropship. I can't remember the name of it.
In fact, given I've got...
in my head.
I'm not doing anything, I'm just sitting in the cockpit. Can I take a bit of extra time to make sure that I'm aiming straight through the glass into where I see this pilot and stormtrooper with the hand on his shoulder?
Okay. Yeah. You can definitely, because you're not moving anywhere, you can definitely use a maneuver or 2 maneuvers, because you can do up to 2 for an aim.
I'd like to make sure this is precise. I'm going to spend a bit of time, eyes locked, making sure that these shots go through that pane of glass if I can.
All right, so you really narrow in that targeting reticule and make sure, and this is a close shot that X-Wings are not normally taking. You're within a ship length. And so everyone else at the table knows, because I know we got some new players, you can do an aim maneuver in 1 turn. Say you ended your turn with 1 maneuver just extra. You can do an aim for the very next turn and then do another one, or you can do 2 in the same turn to get 2 boosts, okay? Mm-hmm. So just so you guys know, if you take damage after you've done that first aim, like within the next round, you'll lose the maneuver. You'll lose that aim benefit because you've been shot, and it's hard to aim when you're being shot. So... go ahead and get ready for your roll. I'll give you your difficulty as soon as I figure out the silhouette, which I think should be average. Yeah, same silhouette.
Yeah, I think we're the same.
So, aiming at that cockpit. You unload with these X-Wing shots.
Okay, difficulty is just straight average, no reds.
There would be no reds. Targeting computer works, and you're so freaking close. I'm not going to say there's no setbacks on this. I get to do the thing again.
Nice.
That is a success with flat wipe on triumph, advantage and threat. So that will do some damage. I don't actually have the card for X-Wing. How much damage does X-Wing
I love that you guys have like swapped ships. This is amazing. I can pull it up if somebody else doesn't have. This is the main weapons, right? You didn't use like the concussion missile on it or anything?
S4L mounted medium lasers. Damage 6.
Ah, you're already on it. Cool. 6 damage plus your success?
Yep.
Oh, it's right here. Card's sitting right in front of me.
How much is it trigger linked?
I want to say it's 2 advantage, yeah. Trigger linked. Yeah, I think it's 2. I'd have to... Yeah, it's 2.
I'm pretty sure it's 2. I'm pretty sure the default for that stuff is 2, and it has to be modified to get anywhere else, so I can't trigger linked. But I'll do 6 plus 3?
6 plus... Oh, so you're doing...
Sorry. 6 plus 2.
6 plus 2. Okay. And no advantage.
Oh, right. It is plus 3. It's 9 damage.
9 damage.
And no advantage.
So, 9 damage as the X-Wing turns slowly and opens fire. With the armor that it has. Okay. You just start leveling rounds into it, and you try to aim the best you can, but at this range, it's hard, and you actually aren't ready for the one thing that this fighter has that you've never really flown before. It's the spread. You fire, aiming right at the target, Too bad the X-Wing X-10s are on the wings and actually managed to just land. It hits, but it hits the struts.
Convergence is a bitch.
Convergence is a bitch. And you round after round, and they go into the actual mount points of the solar panels on the sides and start burrowing holes through. As you kind of try to curve in a little bit farther, you manage to throw a few more rounds all the way into and out the back of the landing craft carrying portion, blowing out a few of the chairs that were mounted on the side of the wall, right out the back end of it. It kind of rolls off to the ground. You notice that the craft has begun powering up, and it's just starting to lift off the X-Wing. As you're starting to fire into it, it's kind of getting knocked around a bit from the force. It's still standing, but you have done a significant amount of damage to it. It looks like it might be preparing to return the favor. Okay, so.
Sorry, Charlie.
No, I think I deserved it, to be honest, after what I did.
That was a good round. So that's Saren. That brings us to Zachary. What are you doing? You see cargo boxes flying. You see the X-Wing firing into a TIE that's starting to bring its engines online and kick up a bunch of wind, blowing a little bit of the debris from all the boxes all over the place.
Okay, if I were to move, if I were to try to throw the Y-Wing into the TIE lander, would that be an action or just a movement?
That would be an action, because you haven't really, it hasn't completely come up. You managed to lift it a bit and then just kind of like drag it into the stormtroopers. You hadn't pulled it all the way out.
Okay,
you get the sense that it's not really meant to pick up full ships, but ship parts.
Okay, well then, in that case, channeling a rage that comes deep within, seeing my one friend of my new squad, Osh, under in a potentially life-threatening situation, and returning back to the feelings I had when my father was killed by Imperials, I rush through the door following him, get close behind the stormtrooper. I use one action to bring my gun just even closer to his head for an absolutely devastating final blow, and I fire.
All right. So, since you're in kind of full control of this, I'll say that you're not going to take the engaged penalties for being too close. Okay. So it'll just be a short-range attack. Go ahead and ready your blaster and fire away.
Okay.
1 purple.
There's nothing more dangerous than being a parent in a tabletop role-playing game.
Oh yeah, survival chances.
I get 1 boost, right?
Right. You get a boost.
I aimed, and I'll use two extra strain
to aim. Sure.
Oops.
So take your boost.
Should be a 13.
And I will say grab 1 more boost, because one of the things that I do at the table here is that for good role playing, for giving great descriptions, on occasion you'll get an extra boost die from me. We'll give you an idea what your character's up to.
Okay,
I loved it. So
we succeeded.
Nice roll.
Yeah. So we just succeeded.
All right. So you run up behind this guy
with one extra boost.
Tell us how you do this.
So coming up behind the stormtrooper, I grab him by the horse collar that they have at the not the horse collar, just the collar they have at the back of the armor. I pull him and grab him back towards the gun and fire madly through his helmet 6 or 7 times.
These dull thuds as they hit, and you get this smell of burnt flesh as you just level in rounds that close. It doesn't take but a moment, and the stormtrooper collapses. The bag in his hand hits the deck and slides about 2 feet forward. A strap.
That was for you, Daddy. I mean, Osh.
Thank you.
I winced while in the TIE fighter.
I like to think that everyone heard that.
Yeah, everyone.
Like the comm was on. Was there any threat to that? Please tell me there was a threat point to that.
No.
Damn.
No, unfortunately, there was a what's it called? A boost or
an advantage.
Advantage, yes.
How would you like to use your advantage?
I'd like to use my advantage just because that felt so good. I'd like to recover 1 bit of strain.
All right, and the fact that you've moved away from the battle for a moment, it gives you a chance to breathe out for a second and kind of turn back and see the chaos that is going on in that hangar bay right now. You're not a part of it at the moment, but it just gives you a minute to breathe.
Could I change that actually? Maybe Corey was under, or sorry, Osh was under so much stress that, and now being saved, maybe he can have an extra roll or something.
How much advantage did you have? You'd one. Is he up next?
It was only one, so if you'd rather just the strain, that's
yeah,
fine.
it would have to be the next one in order. You need 2 advantage to give someone a boost that you could choose.
Okay. Gotcha.
I would be our next one, actually. Unless the friendlies count for
Oh,
that.
yeah. No, that would totally work. Yeah, you could do that because he would be the next one at the beginning of the next round.
Yeah.
Which will be the next round. So we are just about there. Okay. So I'm surprised how many rounds we've got in. Interesting. We are at the engineer who is dead. You just took care of that. So our stormtrooper squad 1, this time, collecting themselves and seeing the chaos. Yeah, you're gonna see them actually look at each other. These 2 up in the front right here, and they are going to look at each other for a moment, give a nod, and begin to start pulling back.
Oh no.
So they're going to use their maneuver to actually get back towards and they can't really get near it. They're going to kind of try to get, they're going to start trying to fight their way back. And I think one of them will probably be able to make it in, but the other 2 will get to and I can't really put them on it, but I think of it as like there's a hatch open and they're climbing their way in as the heavy gunner has now collected himself and is starting to return fire. And he's kind of just spraying the X-Wing at this point down with blaster bolts. He can't do enough to get through the X-Wing's armor or shielding. So it's just these blue flashes of sparks that ping off its energy shields in every direction. Some of them are actually pinging off the shields and bouncing into the roof, bouncing into the deck, flying kind of towards you guys. They're a little bit all over the place. But he's not going to be able to break through that, so I'm not going to bother to do the roll for him. But that's definitely where his focus is. You notice he's keeping his fire. Actually, I am going to have him do the roll because he's going to have a goal with that. He's going to try to blind you with that weapon. He's going to focus all of the fire he can. That squad is still alive. And that's the difficulty. He's going to try to blind the X-Wing pilot with just, crap baskets. Okay. Yeah, he's throwing so many rounds and the shields are sparking in every direction that he's completely obscured your vision to the moment where he actually, in the first few shots, your eyes are wide as you're trying to get an angle. You look up and the rounds hit the shield and flash and manage to completely send your vision white. Saren, because he rolled a triumph. So he actually managed to do it with a triumph and a crap ton of success. He will take a strain, though. He took one threat. And so for the next round, I will say, your attack difficulty is going to go up. Not just the 1 point I was going to do, but 2 because of the triumph, because he just wrecked that. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 success on that roll. Man, they're rolling good. This never happens in our big game. But that's going to be their turn as they're pulling back towards the dropship. All right, that actually brings us to the squad leader, who's going to be using his turn along with the pilot's turn to bring the dropship online the rest of the way.
Natiri, I hope you can throw your stick through that.
Yeah,
thing.
I was thinking that. It's just. Of course you mentioned it now. It was my idea, and now you're making it sound like it was yours.
You can't throw it through the Highlander. What's that stick made out of?
Trait.
He starts to lift off.
Not. They're gone. They're gone. They're leaving. Oh, mamma mia.
He doesn't leave. He just starts to lift off, and he begins to turn the ship. But right before he does, the pilot makes an attack roll against the X-Wing. Because he has an action.
Highlander can't have too much in the way of guns, does it?
Nothing more than what a TIE bomber has. In normal, blasters. These would be laser cannons, I believe. Oh yeah, and nope. He just opens up as he's trying to lift off, and he just unloads the rounds directly beneath you. And as he's trying to turn, he kind of loses his angle on you as he begins to turn the craft around. The landing action seems to have failed. Okay.
I like to think I'm pretty much oblivious of this.
You see nothing.
Still
A few
trying
flashes
to-
of green you do kind of see, but everything else is just a blur of white. So, all right, that's going to be your friendlies are kind of ducking for cover at this point. That brings us back up to the top of the round. Osh, what are you doing?
Osh, you know what to do.
This door behind us is closed, right? This one?
That one is closed and it was locked.
Okay.
Oh, there's that bag there, Osh. If we don't know what's in there,
The bag?
Osh,
the stormtrooper was carrying a satchel
Right.
full of something.
Osh, fire at the gas canister. They're about to fly away. I don't know if I can fire at it with the tie thing.
Everything in the hangar's
the consequences.
blowing up a fire extinguisher is our best choice right now.
It's not. It's got flames on it. It's definitely not a fire extinguisher. Otherwise, the flame wouldn't be there. I'm telling you.
Are you saying that inflammable means flammable?
It means whenever I play games, whenever it has fire on it, it means explosive. And we'll knock all 4 of them out in one go. There's plenty of.
They're in the Thailander now.
Yeah, the Thailander. Like this, they're all grouped together on the Thailander. Get it gone.
They're inside it though.
What are you doing,
That
Osh?
gas canister is going to destroy that thing.
I see this poor Mon Calamari over here, and would a destiny point be enough to make him be like knocked out instead of dead?
What's your medical skill?
I have three yellows, but I think it's rank 3. Yeah.
I would allow, with a destiny point and a medical roll, I would allow you to try.
I will. I will.
We're getting a buddy.
Yes,
Uh,
goblin friend.
So,
What's
do you want to
the
do it?
difficulty you want to do? on
The difficulty. Go ahead and flip the destiny point. So as you start walking back by him to go back out and to see what the rest of your allies are up to, with this conversation going back and forth, you notice there's this really shallow breathing, but the puddle of blood is actually getting bigger, just ever so slightly. It's going to be. Let me see what once you're unconscious, there's actually a difficulty for it. I will find out what it is. It was a hard roll. It's going to be 3 purples.
All right. A puddle is a Mon Calamari's natural habitat, so
Not when it's his own blood. Can't breathe. I don't think they can breathe that. You roll him over, and you can see the extent of his wounds. His rifle clangs.
this is rough. 1, 2. I think that. Oh, that's cocked.
If they're cocked, re-roll them. They got to be.
Oh, thank God. Oh no, never mind. He's dead, Jim.
He's dead. With that, you capture. You see his last breath as he
Oh my.
gives up the ghost on it.
The advantage is I do not get sued for malpractice.
But you tried.
His final words are "Congratulations on wasting a turn."
All right, come on now. You never know. That could have been an endless ally that shows up 3 or 4 times in the
That's
campaign.
true.
You never know. So the actions are. Don't ever think the actions are outside of your character or worthless.
Yeah.
For
I'm
sure.
Sorry, that was a joke. I'm sorry, Corey.
Don't ever think the smallest things you do won't come back to bite you in the arse either.
Indeed. Indeed. Can't wait to see if that one hull trauma matters on that Y-wing.
Can't wait till Charlie gets sued for sexual harassment after seducing a technician.
Who are we on? So who are we on now? That would be Tiri.
I have. I'm gonna run back into the room and behind a box with my. Would that be 1 maneuver or 2 to get to here?
You were at the The console? You could easily get there. You could get all the way up to the side of the Y-wing if you wanted to, but...
I was over here with.
Oh, you were all the way up there? I will say that is the very maximum of your short-range run, but I'll say you can get to a box almost to the Y-wing, but not quite.
All right.
You go sprinting out there. That's a maneuver. You see that heavy gunner is still there. You see he's supposed to be inside. He's the only one on the deck, and you notice that the transport seems to be taking off without him. And he's just laying in rounds like he hasn't noticed quite yet.
Oh no. So what I'm gonna do? Can I make a move? Is that signal for me to make my move? Yeah. Sorry.
I believe it's on Osh's turn. He just moved with one maneuver.
Oh.
I did my action as the medical check.
Oh, and then you moved it. Yeah, I'm sorry. So yeah, you're up, Natiri.
Sorry. Okay.
My bad.
No. It's all good. Can I just stand up on the TIE fighter? I'm frustrated that about the fact that they're about to get away and we're not making a final shot at them. So can I stand up with my spear in my hand? I just go, oh fuck it, and like lunge the spear from the TIE fighter all the way to this this gas canister.
It will be incredibly difficult to do this, but if you want to try, I will allow you the attempt with a destiny point, but it will be at least a 4-roll difficulty.
If my nan can win a small bit of the lottery before she died, I can hit this shot. So I'm gonna give it a go.
You're gonna give it a go. Flip a destiny point.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah. Destiny point.
Well, destiny point to allow you to do it, right? The force is with you to attempt it. I will allow you to do another destiny point if you would like to increase your skill.
Bro.
If you want to do it, go for it. I love this plan.
Do it.
This because you're what you're doing is you're throwing the spear. What's your brawn?
My brawn is 2.
Yeah, I'm allowing you to do this in the moment because you're riding a TIE fighter and you have that like extra angle, but it is the force's will that's powering your muscles to even allow you to attempt this long throw that you should never be able to do. But rule of cool here.
I'm gonna use another destiny.
All right, I'll let you use another destiny point to increase your skill.
Oh my God.
So if you have any greens in this roll, it would upgrade to a yellow.
Okay.
Difficulty 4 purples.
So what is it? Ranged what?
This is gonna be a ranged light roll.
Ranged light roll. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's 2 yellows.
2 yellows. So then if you used were there any greens to begin with, or is that your base skill? 2 yellows?
That was two greens.
Wait, no. For range, what's your range attack?
Oh, his
Is that
ranged
2
light
green?
is 2 greens. So it's literally gonna be 1 green and 1 yellow. Because you're doing you're getting 1 upgrade.
Specs into melee, buys a melee weapon. First instinct is always
Chucks it.
Throw it.
He throws
I'm sorry,
it.
lads. Reality's starting to set in.
All right, for a purple roll. I've seen crazier rolls that have happened. You're in now. You did it. You got to do it now.
Get those
How
4
many
purples out
purples?
there.
4.
4. And be glad there's not reds.
This music does not
May the
fit.
force be with me, and also with you.
Oh my God.
Did he not? He didn't. He didn't. Holy shit, he
Not
did
even a
it.
little bit.
did it.
He did it. 3.
He got all the threat in the world, but he did it.
What?
I mean, it just means he hit the fire extinguisher. It doesn't mean anything useful happened.
Oh my God. So, riding the top of this TIE that is still firing, by the way. Every once in a while, he just pulls the trigger because you never told him to stop, and he's dedicated at this point. He's in for it. These rounds are flying off across the hangar. You stand up. Oh, to hell with this. Nobody's listening to me. And you grab your pike. And like some ancient warrior from times past, you throw it at the smallest target across the entire hangar. It whistles through the air and arcs downwards. And as that heavy gunner is firing away, trying to blind your companion, he sees it thunk, stick right in to what is the refueling tank for the A-Wing sitting right next to him. It sprays fuel out, and a bit of it touches the flames to his right, and it just follows the flames to the tank, and eventually detonating. The TIE lander only had a couple points of health anyways, and you just detonated an A-Wing and it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll a D10 for damage, and everything within, I will say this, and the A-Wings are trashed at this point. He's completely annihilated. The TIE lander, D10 might be too much because of the armor, so let's go with a D8. 5 damage, which is just enough. The TIE lander takes the shot underneath it, and with the structural damage it already had taken, the flames kind of engulf inside, and the ship from the concussion just breaks in half and falls to either side of the hangar bay with a big thunk. One of the thrusters still firing kind of rotates the right-hand side of what's left of the lander in circles for a bit as it slowly makes its way, uncontrolled, out towards the hangar, and that piece eventually falls out. I believe... Oh, this isn't supposed to be... That ends combat.
Yes!
Oh my god, I can't believe you managed to land that.
Oh my god.
And then it settles in and it hits you for a moment. You really liked that pike.
Oh, have I lost it?
It's gone.
Did you have any advantage on that?
No.
He had
All
threat
right.
for days.
He had threat for days. The explosion also manages to pretty solidly blast back the Y-Wing for 5 damage minus soak. The same damage that took the other vehicle. So go ahead and add that up, whoever's Y-Wing that is. That poor Y-Wing. Oh.
What's the rebel insurance plan like, Shaq? Is that something we would know before going into this?
Not good. Not good.
Huh.
Everybody basically just kind of wings it. Good I did there.
Yeah.
So, with that...
Yeah. And you guys bullied me for not having a bloody blaster.
But you notice, as you all glance outside in the moment of peace for just a second, you see TIE fighters. A small squadron just passed in front of the hangar bay doors. At high speed, you see a couple of rounds chase after one of them as they bank off. You can see them off in the distance now. They're moving so quickly. And these red rounds, you can tell, they're from the defense cannons of the very ship you're on board. The fight is far from over. You, Saren, you have a moment now to check your console and to see what is happening. And you get the tactical data is being transmitted to the X-Wing, and you switch over to that screen. It takes you a minute to figure this out. But what you see, and I'm going to pack the map for a second.
Ooh.
Everything just suddenly changes. What you see on your heads-up display for what's happening outside. Where is it? Is this.
Oh, God.
And you realize this was very much a smaller battle and a much greater engagement. And this is where we're going to end it for tonight.
Shit, bro, fellas.
Charlie, do you have another thing to throw at that one?
With a call from the cockpit, Saren says, "This is far from over."
I want to throw my iron pike
Get aboard.
right into the bridge of the Star Destroyer.
So with the last words of tonight's episode, you all hear Saren come across the comms. And what did you say?
Said, "This is far from over. Clear that fighter and get aboard."
All right.
There it is.
And there it is. All right, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed your first game of Tabletop
was
Age
really
of
fun.
Rebellion. I hope it was a good time for you.
Oh man,
Yeah,
that was such a good ending.
Violence and debauchery and everything you'd want. Will our ship stats be saved and stuff, or do we have to write them down ourselves?
Everything here will be saved. I'm actually going to save the map right now for you guys, so we can just pick this up next week. Is everybody cool with next week?
Next week might be tough because isn't that Squadrons?
Right.
Isn't Squadron's Friday?
Yeah.
That's Friday though, so I don't know if we want to bump it
Yes.
back to like maybe a Thursday or do it on Saturday.
Yeah.
Because Friday will be the actual release of Squadrons, and yeah, I'm not missing that. That's what we're doing for sure. I'm playing that.
Yeah.
Let me save
Well,
this.
we'll need to figure that out.
Anyways, and then
All right, well, we'll figure it out. You probably
Even if we needed to move it to like mid the week after, like we'll make it work.
we'll make it work. So keep an eye out for when this is going on because we're really excited for Squadrons. So we're definitely be playing that next week. I will announce that on my Twitter over at Captain Shack, and I'm sure you guys will spread the word as well. Wasted Space over at Corey Loses, and of course EckhartsLadder and what was it? Family Bovine, right?
Yeah, the family bovine.
Family Bovine. When in doubt. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you so much for joining us. Be safe, everybody. I know it's a crazy time right now, but I'm so happy that we get to sit here and play with you guys, and I hope you enjoyed you chat, and y'all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. We'll see you in the next one. Bye, everybody.
Thank you,
Goodbye,
guys.
everybody.
Amazing.
That was ridiculous.
Can't believe that roll.
that was great.
Just
Yeah, that was
wow.
great. The set and everything, crazy.
dude.
Yeah, that,
Talk about a highlight to end it on, though. That was so much fun.